There'll be a moment of silent prayer or meditation.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. You may be seated. Honorable delegates, I'd like to remind the honorable delegates that rules, in particular sub-rules 21, 22, and 23 of Rule 103 would apply. Honorable delegates, I've been informed that there are no notices of motion or motions without notice for today. Honorable delegates, before I proceed with the business of the House, I would like to welcome the ministers who are here, deputy ministers, thank them for their presence, and especially those who will be participating in the debates for today, namely the Minister of Human Settlements, Minister of Water and Sanitation, the Deputy Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Deputy Minister of Transport, and the Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure. Honorable delegates, we'll now proceed to the first order, consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Finance, 2024, the revised fiscal framework and revenue proposals. I now call upon the Honorable S. Ndlovu, the Chairperson of the Select Committee on Finance, to present the committee report. Honorable Ndlovu, you have 10 minutes.
Thanks, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Chief Whip of the Council, fellow honorable members in the House, ladies and gentlemen. The Select Committee on Finance, having considered the revised and proposed fiscal framework referred to it, I would like to present the report for consideration by the House, Honorable Chairperson. On the 30th of October 2024, the Minister of Finance, Minister Enoch Godongwana, presented the 2024 medium-term budget policy statement to Parliament in accordance with the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act of 2009. The Minister, along with the Deputy Minister, the Director General of National Treasury, and the South African Revenue Service Commissioner, briefed the Finance Committees on the 1st of November 2024. Subsequently, on November 5th, the committees received inputs from the Parliamentary Budget Office, which is the PBO, and the Financial Fiscal Commission, following the tabling of the MTBPS, Honorable Chairperson. The committee held public hearing on the 6th of November 2024 and received 9 written and oral submissions from stakeholders, including the COSATU, the Public Economy Project, which is called the PEP, Amandla, MOBI, Health Living Alliance, Budget Justice Coalition, the South African Institute of Chartered Accountants, Institute for Economic Justice, Alternative Information and Development Center, and Dr. Sean Meller. All these inputs are detailed in the report, Honorable Chairperson. The National Treasury and SARS responded to the issues raised during the public hearing and engaged with the committee and the stakeholders on the 8th of November 2024. Honorable Chairperson, I now present some of the observations and recommendations we have made as the Select Committee. The committee recognized that 2024 MTBPS is presented amid very challenging economic conditions. The South African economy is expected to grow at 1.1% in 2024. While the economy experienced the challenges of freight and port failures, power cuts, and persistent inflation in the first half of the year, the government's growth strategy over the medium term will be supported by maintaining macroeconomic stability, implementing structural reforms, building state capability, and supporting growth, enhancing public infrastructure investment. The economic growth is expected to average 1.8% over the next 3 years, on the par with the budget 2024 estimates. The positive economic outlook is attributed to a supportive global environment, improving the investment climate, lower inflation rate, improved electricity supply, and implementation of other reforms through Operation Vulindlela. Gross fixed capital formation is expected to average 4.2% over the medium term, assuming a gradual recovery in global growth and additional investment in infrastructure, improving consumer confidence, growth in real income, lower interest rate, and consumers' access to the two-pot retirement system might bolster household consumption expenditure over the midterm. Honorable Chairperson, the third quarter Statistics South Africa's labor force survey shows that the rate of unemployment rate decreased from 33.5% in the second quarter to 32.1% now. The number of people employed increased by 2.9 million in the third quarter. The third number of employed people increased from 16.7 million to 16.9 million. With a focus on enhancing fiscal stability and addressing urgent socio-economic needs, the committee has assessed key aspects of the budget, including revenue forecast, expenditure adjustment, debt stability, and contingency measures. The frameworks in year adjustment demonstrate an effort to accommodate. Our analysis also considered stakeholder concern regarding the impact of austerity and fiscal consolidation on essential public service and economic inequality. In response, the committee has proposed measures to balance debt management with targeted investment in high-impact areas, including job creation and infrastructure development. Observations highlight the importance of transparency in spending, efficient resources allocation, and robust contingency planning to ensure fiscal resilience. The committee notes with concern that the MTDP has not yet been formally adopted by the government to guide budgeting processes. We strongly urge the government to prioritize and expedite the development, adoption, and implementation of the MTDP through a consultative process, Honorable Chairperson. The committee notes the challenges in expanding the tax base and enhancing revenue due to the current economic environment. Revenue for 2024-2025 is revised as 2 trillion or 26.9% of GDP, with modest growth expected over the medium term, reaching 2.471 trillion by 2027-2028 and stabilizing around 27% of GDP. To support fiscal sustainability, we urge the National Treasury to continue to explore avenues for improving tax compilation and stimulating economic growth. The committee acknowledged the projected narrowing of the budget deficit from 5% of GDP in 2024-2025 to 3.2% by 2027-2028, indicating the commitment to fiscal consolidation. The committee recommends the National Treasury should adopt contingency measures to safeguard deficit target, ensuring fiscal stability even if the revenue shortfalls or overseen expenditure arise. We remain concerned about high debt level and debt service cost, which limit funds for essential service. Strengthening debt management and exploring ways to reduce borrowing costs are recommended to mitigate fiscal risk. In particular, the committee stressed the need for National Treasury to diversify, Honorable Chairperson, funding sources and enhance fiscal discipline to ensure long-term debt sustainability. As mentioned above, Honorable Chairperson, many of our observations and recommendations are detailed in the report I'm tabling this afternoon. And I must indicate, Chairperson, that all the parties in Parliament, they were present when we were discussing this matter. And I know there were some of the parties, they will come and say they will reject the report, as they always do. I therefore present the committee report for your consideration and adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndlobo. Honorable delegates, I now put the question, and the question is that the report be adopted. But before we go to the voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations of the vote in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish to, and they have 3 minutes to make declarations. Are there any that would like to make a declaration? Yeah. I see the hand of Honorable Badenhorst. Okay. We'll start with Honorable Badenhorst. You have 3 minutes.
Honorable Chair, the fiscal framework before us gives us a balanced view of the realities that face our economy in the medium term. It emphasizes the point that the fiscus is battling to keep ahead of the public wage bill and the substantial increases granted during the last round of wage negotiations, and also recognizes the direct impact that this has on service delivery. The fact is that the wage increase has a permanent impact on budgets going forward, and this will ultimately lead to less money available for infrastructure, frontline service delivery, and expansion. The fiscal framework acknowledges the debt burden that South Africa currently lives with as a result of the wasted years under President Zuma and the impact that this has, as it too crowds out service delivery. It is welcome that the fiscal framework acknowledges the need for structural reforms and the need for government to seek public-private partnerships moving forward. This need to extend beyond infrastructural development and include state-owned enterprises. The fiscal framework also acknowledges the local government funding conundrum and reaffirms the need to address legacy debt owned by municipalities to bulk service providers. It is welcome that Treasury is committed to exploring workable solutions. Deputy Chair, the fiscal framework reflects a commitment to fiscal stability, structural reform, and a balanced view on curtailing spending, while still ensuring that government delivers to the people of South Africa, leveraging strategic partnerships where this is workable. We look forward to the medium-term development plan, which will of course give a better indication of government strategy going forward and inform fiscal policy going forward. The Western Cape will support the fiscal framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Badenhorst. The next member to make a declaration will be the Honorable Nxumalo.
Thank you very much, Chair, and my greetings to your good self and other members. The 2024 medium-term budget policy was tabled when the global and domestic economy was recovering from the impact of coronavirus and the impact of the conflict in the world. The African National Congress welcomed the MTBPS as it strikes a balance of prioritizing economic growth and maintaining financial sustainability. We support the ending of the e-toll in Gauteng and the additional allocation to address natural disaster management intervention, which resolve challenges in KwaZulu-Natal, Gauteng, Western Cape, and Eastern Cape, and Limpopo. The ANC supported the 4 pillars of the budget with an emphasis on redistribution economic growth. We welcome the second phase of implementing Operation Vulindlela to improve the productivity of the economy by enhancing the supply side of the economy. We are concerned about the increasing debt to GDP ratio, which is also a result of the high country risk premium due to the unjust credit rating system. We support the focus on debt sustainability as it poses a long-term risk if not addressed. We further believe that a focus on growing the economy is the primary enabler of our debt challenges. We support the additional 2 billion allocation to SARS to improve the tax compliance though we believe there are more resources are needed to enhance revenue collection. Without an effective tax collector, our ability to optimize increase or revenue will be constrained. We also welcome the progress of the National Treasury in supporting local municipalities with their challenges and the call for a focus on supporting struggling water board. We welcome the focus on increasing public-private partnership which seek to increase infrastructure investment. This is important to ensure asset allocation and infrastructure development. The ANC has committed to focus on job creation, and the budget should focus on stimulating economic growth. We welcome the commitment of the National Treasury to develop regulation of the implementation of Public Procurement Act. Thank you very much, Chairperson. As the ANC, we support.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngumalo. We shall now proceed to the voting on the question, and the question is that the report be adopted. I now call upon provinces to cast their vote. When called upon, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or they abstain. Let's start with the Eastern Cape.
Chairperson and honorable members, I'm pleased to indicate that the Eastern Cape is support.
Thank you. Move on to the Free State.
Good afternoon, Chair and honorable members. Free State do support the report. Thanks.
Thank you. Gauteng.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. Gauteng supports the report.
Thank you. KwaZulu-Natal.
Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, on behalf of the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we would like to abstain from this vote.
Limpopo.
Ke o leboge motlatsa modulasetulo. Re le province ya Limpopo re a support. Thank you.
Thank you. In Mpumalanga.
Thank you very much, Chair. As Mpumalanga, the province of the rising sun, we support.
Thank you. Northern Cape.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. As a Northern Cape, we support 100%. Thank you.
Thank you. Northwest.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Bokoni Pirima support.
Thank you. Western Cape.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The Western Cape will support.
Thank you. The voting is now closed, and we have 8 provinces that supported and 1 abstained. I therefore declare the report as adopted in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates, we now proceed to the second order, that is the consideration of the Consolidated Provincial Week Report, 16 to 20th of September 2024. The topic being confronting the challenges facing the timely delivery of viable public infrastructure to communities. I now call upon the Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, the Honorable Msweni Tsipane, who will open the debate virtually, and the Honorable Member has 20 minutes. Honorable Tsipane. Honorable delegates, it would seem that the Honorable Chairperson is having some difficulty in connecting, so we'll get someone to just try and help her to get connected. I shall once again call upon the Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, the Honorable Msweni Tsipane, to open this debate for 20 minutes. Can you assist, please? Honorable delegates, I've been advised that we should allow the IT people to try and resolve this issue. So we will take maybe a 2-minute break. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Order, honorable members.
Am I audible now?
Order, honorable members. Could you please take your seat? I see that the chairperson is now able to link in virtually. Could you please take your seats? Thank you very much. I now call upon the Honorable Msweli Tsipane to open the debate for 20 minutes.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Once again, my apology. There was a problem with the connectivity, so I've been battling to have my video and my audio open, but nonetheless, we take this opportunity and thank you for affording me an opportunity to open this debate. And greeting to yourself, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Governor, the Honorable Permanent and Special Delegates of the NCOP, the Secretary to the NCOP, Advocate Pindela, all the invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We are convened today to debate and adopt the NCOP Provincial Week report following our outreach program that took place from the 16th up to the 20th of September 2024. This was when delegates to NCOP took the opportunity to conduct oversight across all provinces in an intensive week-long program to grapple with what is becoming the perennial challenge of public infrastructure delivery. The Provincial Week was thus thematized to confront challenges facing the timely delivery of viable public infrastructure projects to communities in order to unlock some of the bottlenecks that in particular might require intervention from national sphere of government. This debate, therefore, aims to adopt findings as outlined in the consolidated report before this House, with the aim that it will receive the day-to-day attention by committees as we conduct oversight over the administration. Where possible, this report will enable this House to make policy interventions that will improve coordination, particularly in relation to intergovernmental collaboration. We thus cannot stress further the necessity of this debate for delegates to this House to adopt a common approach as outlined in the recommendation. Honorable delegates, we can no longer be silent when major investment made by government are not making the necessary impact aimed to improve the living conditions of the poor, whose lives have been historically structured on difference. We can no longer be silent when we witness across our communities delayed or incomplete public infrastructure as a result of poor workmanship, poor project management and planning, and poor monitoring of public infrastructure projects. We can no longer be silent when reports indicate rising cost escalations on the implementation of projects, draining the public purse as a result of contractual disputes, poor performance, or the theft of projects by unscrupulous business people engaged in organized extortion activities and threats. This seventh NCOP shall no longer be silent as communities' interests and labor needs ignored, leading to continuous disruption in the delivery of projects, particularly large-scale housing projects and extensive road infrastructure projects that are required to build an economy that creates jobs. We are thus underlining some of the factors that the consolidated report has elevated as key areas of intervention. Consequently, the new paradigm that must underlie today's debate enacts the ethical refusal to be silent as the political imperatives for socio-economic transformation. As we debate this Provincial Week report, honorable delegate, must focus attention on the said interventions as matters of national interest and not opportunity of blame game. Those engaged in criminal activities that are disrupting the implementation of public infrastructure must be reported and must meet the full might of the law. Consequence management against poorly performing contractors and institutionalized administrative failures should also be attended to. We are thus inviting delegates to debate this report following our hands-on experience on the ground, interacting directly with our communities and stakeholders. This should be undertaken with chief aim that ensures all bottlenecks and setbacks that require the intervention of national government are prioritized. In so doing, this debate will enable government across the three spheres of government to become more attendant to the challenges of infrastructure delivery as the necessity of building a public economy that benefits all our people. We are, to this extent, inaugurating another order of things that must be more responsive to the impact that poor infrastructure delivery has on the lives of ordinary people dependent on the capable and responsive state. Let me thus take this opportunity to acknowledge the collaborative effort by legislatures through the joint programs that identified and provided oversight to various projects across the provinces. Once again, this initiative has assisted us to reaffirm government's effort to increase investment in large-scale social, economic, and public infrastructure as a mechanism to achieve redress of imbalances of past in ways that can eradicate poverty and create new opportunities for our people. Accordingly, we must re-emphasize the effective delivery of public infrastructure as an urgent task that cannot be suspended for future generations. It is the necessity of the now for a different development trajectory to emerge. Any contrary actions by private or public sector officials must be viewed as a frontal attack against the state and the very well-being of our people. To this end, let me then commend the work of delegates in the work done and the production of this report. Once final adoption by this House is made, we expect a clear process by that shall monitor the recommendations of the report. We will ensure through a distinct role of our mandate that a more capable, ethical, and developmental state is refashioned. In so doing, restitute the NCOP oversight agenda as that which can no longer be postponed or left unaccounted for. In this respect, I wish all delegates to this House a fruitful and an incisive debate. I thank you, Deputy Chairperson, for affording me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, for opening this debate. We shall now move on to the next contributor, and that is the Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Moimang. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Greetings to yourselves and my fellow honorable members, and also the Chair of the National Council of Province on the virtual platform. Le baagi ba naga ya rona ka kakaretso, ke re dumelang. It is indeed a great honor to participate in this debate in the presence of our ministers and deputy ministers, who are also them. Indeed, we are debating the report under the theme of confronting the challenges facing the timely delivery of viable infrastructure communities. Honorable Deputy Chair, the Provincial Week is one of the oversight flagship program over the NCOP that provide us with an opportunity to go down to our provinces to undertake oversight work on selected areas of national concern that affect the provincial and local government. Indeed, the choice of focus area of this provincial week demonstrated the responsiveness of this August House and its leadership to the burning socio-economic challenges confronted by our people, especially the poor, the vulnerable, and the working class, majority of whom historically were denied access to basic social infrastructure like basic amenities of life. The tabling and the debate of this report takes place under two critical moments in the evolution of our constitutional democracy, whose footprints in the shaping of our collective identity and shared future as a nation will forever remain indelible in the chronicles of history for many generations to come. Honorable Deputy Chair, this year marks the 30th anniversary of our heroic democracy. The 30th anniversary of our democracy afforded us a moment of celebration that allowed us to take stock of the route that we have traversed since 1994. Honorable Deputy Chair, the anniversary indeed attracted the attention of all democratic and peace-loving people across the world because of its historical significance and importance by virtue of the umbilical cord that existed between the peace-loving South Africa and the anti-apartheid global movement. This democracy, sustained by the popular will of the people, has defied the common trajectory of the post-colonial African democratic project, which suggests that a lifespan beyond 30 years can only happen through military repression. In our case, that did not happen. Honorable Deputy Chair, in the same breath, there is also a recognition of the serious setback and reversal of these democratic gains. And critical amongst this, indeed, is the evolving global context of the deepening crisis of capitalism, characterized by stagnant growth of the economy that continues to deepen the crisis of the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality, which are mainly concentrated among the vast majority of our people, the Black people in general and African people in particular. Honorable Deputy Chair, despite the trials and tribulations that our democracy has gone through, it is still looked upon by the international community as among the best and the most resilient, with the capacity to reinvent and survive difficult times when many democracies in the world are facing challenges. Honorable Deputy Chair, there is no doubt that the political landscape of South Africa will never be the same again post the advent of the government of national unity. And therefore, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, allow me to take this opportunity to indeed reject false claim punted by some that this GNU is an elite pact and a choose and pick political arrangement sponsored by the white monopoly capital with the National Democratic Revolution Project. This claim is an insult to the millions of voters who voted for us on the historic 29 May 2024. Among the critical questions that should be avoided permanently to assure our people about the stability of governance, transparency, and accountability are the strategic implications of the GNU on the workings, on the political engagements and cooperations among the political parties that are represented in this August House. Key among the strategic questions that must be confronted brutally is whether these parties can relate and engage in a business as usual mode in the conduct of legislative and oversight work or adapt to the changing context without losing their distinct identities. Deputy Chair, the report of the Provincial Week is a testament to one of the critical setbacks of our democracy over the last 30 years. At the core of the decay, as the chairperson has correctly pointed out, is the issue of poor maintenance, which continues to be exacerbated by the deliberate act of vandalism and theft of critical public infrastructure. The lack of critical public infrastructure, like the basic amenities of life, do not only deprive our people of their human dignity, but also undermines the economic development and job creation in the midst of the current high levels of unemployment. Honorable Deputy Chair, empirical studies in many developing countries are replete with abiding evidence of how infrastructure development can be a catalyst for economic development, job creation, and fight against poverty that continues to inflict pain to the majority of our people. Over the recent past, we have seen how investors relocate from areas with poor infrastructure like poor water, electricity supply, lack of access roads, and high levels of crime to affluent areas with stable water and electricity supply. This also results in the migration of people from poor areas, rural areas, to the cities. The NCOP is the only chamber with a distinct constitutional oversight mandate that straddles across the three spheres of our system of democratic governance. This gives it the possibility to foster a sustainable and working integrated cooperative trajectory of development to turn our towns and roads into construction sites, which according to the former president, Thabo Mbeki, is the nation at work for a better life for all. Hence, the president also in his opening of the parliament address reiterated the importance of turning South Africa into a construction site. Honorable Deputy Chair, in the words of one of leading experts on intergovernmental relations and cooperative governance, Dr. El Malan from the University of Pretoria, I quote, says, the focus of the government of the day rests on a common understanding that the new democratic South Africa would have to be a developmental one, and that the policy needs to address the past imbalances through integrated, participatory, and partnership-oriented governance, planning, and management. Honorable Deputy Chair, allow me to highlight key takeaways that were also reiterated by the Chair as the cost for unfinished projects, the delay in the payment of contractors, poor support, and even development and technical capacity, poor project management, poor procurement and contract management, and the lack of consistency in the recovery of public funds paid for work not done or incomplete. Deputy Chair, the stalling and abandonment of projects by the contractors come out as one of the pervasive trends across a significant number of provinces. While there are facts specific to each case, the delay of payment to contractors, as the Chair has indicated, or non-payment seems to be general. The terms of payment definitely should be linked, and it's supposed to be part and parcel of the contract management, project management. So therefore, we recommend that the Minister of Human Settlement and the Minister of Public Works develop a standard guideline in conjunction with the Minister of COGTA and the local government for all sector departments with to have a robust monitoring on these projects. And in order to ensure that these projects are unblocked, we also recommend that the National Treasury and Provincial Treasury should be part and parcel of this monitoring team. The issue of poor capacity of municipalities is an area that we'll have to address. But of course, mindful of the fact that this is our last born in terms of our democracy. It has just celebrated its 20 years of developmental local government. Deputy Chair, what comes out of the recent report very sharply is the uneven capacity and development of the provinces and municipalities regarding project management. But of course, we are mindful of the fact that there is Infrastructure South Africa located in the Office of the President and also in conjunction with the Department of Public Works to ensure that this situation is ameliorated. Honorable Deputy Chair, poor procurement and contract management result in the appointment of incompetent, sometimes unqualified contractors who end up not completing the projects or doing poor quality work. While some are driven by corruption, we need an integrated policy intervention on contract management and recommend that all matters relating to abandoned projects where contractors have been paid but have not delivered, it must be referred to the Special Investigating Unit to recover the public funds. Honorable Deputy Chair, as this was the first provincial week in the 7th Parliament, we need to ask ourselves critical key questions, amongst which are the following. What is the impact of this program in its current design and configuration? What lessons can we learn from the 6th Parliament and this first round of Provincial Week? And how do we improve the impact and outcome of this program in the coming year? In conclusion, allow me to thank all the provincial legislatures and municipalities and the departments that cooperated with the National Council of Provincial Delegations across the country during the Provincial Week. My gratitude also goes to all the provincial delegates for the work well done and our presiding officers for the visionary leadership that they provided in crafting this Provincial Week. Ke a leboga, Motlatsamodulasetulo.
Yaliboga. Honorable Chief Whip, thank you very much.
Honorable
Now
Chair.
move on to
Honorable Chair.
Honorable Badnos, on what rule are you standing?
Honorable Chair, thank you very much. I just got a message from one of our MECs, actually the MEC from KZN. He's in the waiting room, waiting to be let into the meeting. It's MEC Meyer. He's on the speakers list under
All right, we'll let the
under number 11.
We'll let the IT people attend to that. I'm sure they heard you.
Thank you.
Let's move on to the next speaker, and that is the Honorable Minister of Human Settlements, the Honorable Kubai. Minister, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Greetings to yourself, to the NCOP Chairperson, Honorable Mtsweni Tsipani, all presiding officers, NCOP Chairperson, ministers, deputy ministers, MECs, councillors, honorable members. I rise today to respond to the observations, findings, and recommendations presented by the National Council of Provinces following their oversight visits to infrastructure projects across our nation. Let me first express my gratitude to the NCOP members for their commitment to this critical review, which highlights the essential role infrastructure plays as the backbone of our economy and society. Infrastructure investment accounting for over 1.1% of South Africa's GDP is fundamental in advancing economic growth, social upliftment, and spatial equality. The Department of Human Settlement agreed with provinces through MIMEC on the strategy for unblocking stalled projects during the 6th administration. This strategy outlines specific interventions to which the entire sector committed to. This strategy was recently presented to our portfolio committee and also previously to our select committee, underscoring our collaborative approach to addressing the systematic challenges impacting infrastructure delivery. The NCOP report highlights several key challenges in the infrastructure landscape. Allow me to address each of these areas while outlining a department-specific action to ensure improved delivery and accountability. One of the areas raised is addressing insufficient budgeting and financial constraint. As a sector, we have also suffered the budget cuts that were instituted by National Treasury for the 2025 MTF as presented to Parliament. To address the persistent issue of insufficient budgeting, the department is establishing a multi-year budgeting framework, ensuring funding predictability for critical projects and prioritizing high-impact intervention. This approach, honorable members, part of our 2024-2029 MTDP strategy, aims to align resources with realistic project costs and provide a sustainable financial framework that provinces can rely on. Additionally, we are exploring innovative financing including private sector partnership to complement government resources. This approach has already been discussed with National Treasury. Northern Cape has piloted what we call the front-loading funding mechanism. As this is a new way, we will evaluate and assess its effectiveness. But what it does, it allows us to spend more in terms of the year allocation on the MTF while delivering critical projects. In improving implementation process, we recognize the challenge of delayed projects implementation. We are committed to improving project timelines through increased project management support and enhanced interdepartmental collaboration. Our 2024-25 annual performance plan prioritizes the training and development of skilled project managers across provinces, ensuring that delays due to bureaucratic processes and capacity constraints are minimized. Under enhancing project management and overcoming contractual challenges, effective project management is crucial for on-time and quality infrastructure delivery. The department has launched a capacity development framework to improve management across the projects and across the provinces. We have also, as part of responding to issues of delay of contractor payments, department has implemented a payment tracking system to prevent late payments and contractor side abandonment. This system flags payments delays for immediate resolution, and we are able to pick this up and raise it with our executives in the provinces. Provincial members of the executive councils, MECs, are able to also account fully when we meet at MINMEC why invoices have not been paid for 30 days, because we are able to. I can report safely now that in the last MINMEC, we do not have even a single invoice that did not have dispute that is not paid across the sector. Ensuring timely contractor payment but bulk infrastructure readiness. What we have done to prevent contractor delays and ensure project continuity, the department has prioritized timely payment as we have allotted, but also we are taking into consideration and the implementation of a district development model. We are working with local authorities to ensure utilities such as water, sanitation, and electricity are planned and budgeted for. What we will do during this MTDP period is to have master plans for all our districts. We'll start with phase 1 and move out so that all our districts can be able to say this is what needs to be done for the following projects across. In terms of our work in unblocking the blocked projects, as previously reported to the NCOP, we started in 2022. Over 3,150 blocked projects have been unblocked. What we need to deal with in this area is to be able to ensure that we do not have new blocked projects that are coming in. And that is the discussion we are having with MINMEC at MINMEC level with our provincial counterparts. Furthermore, we are actively assessing catalytic projects such as Lufereng, Konobia, and Riverside View, mega cities, which have transformative potential for sustainable human settlements. To this end, together with KZN Human Settlements Department and eThekwini Municipality, 2 weeks ago, we have agreed to unlock and accelerate the delivery of 2,000 units, housing units in Konobia, which will be delivered earlier than the time that initially was planned. Under the digital transformation and innovation, as outlined in the MDTP, the department, and which will be tabled to the parliament, the department is still committed to leveraging digital transformation and innovation. I must say, honorable members, in my meeting this morning with the Banking South Africa, this issue has come through. When we dealt with the issue of disclosures, one of the issues that they raised is a secure platform where information for public can be kept without it being compromised. So the implementation of digital tools to monitor our projects, to track our budget utilization, but to ensure real-time accountability both by public and private sector remains critical, and we remain committed to implementing this. The challenge we have is still with SITA, and we are working. We have requested an urgent meeting with Minister Malatsi so that we can be able to finalize this matter and be able to implement the digital platform. On social housing, as indicated earlier, social housing funding is also affected by budget cuts. But for 2025 MTF, the budget cuts equates to 315 million. So what it means is that for the 2024-25 financial year, the total allocation for CCG, Consolidated Capital Grant, equals to 763 million. And this amount needs to be shared amongst all provinces as part of SHRA's responsibility to provide affordable rental housing equitably. The commitments on CCG net capital funding shortfall as the start of 2024-25 existing contracts against a 3-year allocation is 1.1 billion. As this stands, we are currently engaging with private sector to see if we can find a mechanism to be able to close this gap, and we will report as soon as we have a solution on this one. It is the budget cuts, and we are engaging with National Treasury as well to try and see if we can save the multi-year projects not to be affected. So further actions that are taken, honorable members, by the department is in terms of the report that has been highlighted is database development. We are establishing a comprehensive database for all blocked human settlement projects, and this will be streamlined, tracking, assessing, so that we do not have new blocked projects. Root cause analysis, our teams as well are working together in terms of that analysis. But again, we are utilizing some of the technology. For example, Department of Rural Development and Department of Agriculture has a capacity, for example, in terms of geomapping, but also technology to assist us even when we do the reblocking in communities. We've got work that we are doing in enhanced financial management, that in terms of supporting our projects, but to ensure that it's robust and is able to assist in allocation of funds transparently and judicially across our provinces. Implementation plan, one of the issues through the business plans, we are insisting to municipalities and provinces to put projects that have already have contractors appointed, but also where there is lack of performance from a contractor, to do project management and contract management effectively so that you terminate in time and you don't delay in terms of ensuring that the projects are not delayed. Again, the issue of land, illegal occupation of land, and as well the issue of evictions. I have directed the department to initiate the amendment of PIA Act 1998. This amendment process will incorporate the concerns raised by NCOP and other identified issues impacting the effective management of land occupation and evictions. We are currently finalizing our white paper through Cabinet. Once that is done, all the legislation that we are working on will be published. Our target, Chairperson, to go for public comments in terms of those legislation will be the first quarter of the new financial year. As I close, Honorable Deputy Chair, let me conclude by reaffirming the department's commitment to addressing the challenges identified by NCOP and our efforts to ensure that we work hand in hand to ensure the delivery of our services and responding to our people. We appreciate the support that we receive, but engagement by members of the NCOP. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Kubai. We now move on to the next speaker, and that will be the Honorable Godsell of the DA. Honorable Godsell, you have 7 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, and fellow South Africans. After an invigorating debate on the importance of infrastructure in local government on Tuesday, this House is now fully apprised of the role that infrastructure development plays in the lives of South Africans and the development of our communities. The Constitution envisages an intergovernmental system based on the principle of cooperation between the 3 spheres of government: national, provincial, and local government. While responsibility for certain functions is allocated to a specific sphere, many other functions are shared among the 3 spheres. However, the Constitution specifically envisages that as municipalities develop the necessary capacity, the administration of many functions that are currently the responsibility of national and provincial government will be assigned to municipalities. As the sphere of government closest to the citizens, local government provides the basic services that impact their lives. It plays an instrumental role in providing communities with essential services. A lack of infrastructure and the inadequate maintenance of infrastructure not only negatively affects service delivery, but often also causes harm to communities and their environments. The Constitution further provides that the objectives of local government are to ensure the provision of services to communities in a sustainable manner. They must promote social and economic development and also promote a safe and healthy environment. The Council of a municipality has the duty to strive to ensure that municipal services are provided to the local community in a financially and environmentally sustainable manner. It is only when this environment is achieved that infrastructure development can thrive. The mandates of all three spheres of government can only rely on fully functional, developing, and well-maintained infrastructure. The NCOP's consolidated report on the 2024 Provincial Week has identified illegal land invasion of public property as a material impediment to especially provincial and local governments achieving this constitutional imperative. Illegal land occupations not only consume the physical space needed for housing and other developments, but it also creates a ripple effect of budget cuts and costly reallocations. These invasions jeopardize government's capacity to deliver much needed infrastructure, and in many cases, affordable housing, leaving deserving beneficiaries who have been on waiting lists for years without a stable and dignified home. This has specifically become a problem in areas where there is a demand for affordable housing near economic hubs and job opportunities, a challenge that reflects a global concern compounded by South Africa's historical inequalities. The onset of the COVID-19 pandemic has led to a significant escalation in invasions and consequently a barrage of applications for evictions in terms of the PI Act. Under the PI Act, one key legal defense an unlawful occupier has is to demonstrate that an eviction would render the occupier homeless. In such a case, the court may be reluctant to grant an eviction order unless alternative accommodation is available. The court's interpretation is that the obligation to provide alternative accommodation falls on the state, specifically the municipality. Housing is a multifaceted issue, and whilst illegal occupations persist, it means that funds that are meant for housing projects and other infrastructure developments are continuously diverted to fund the provision of security and expensive legal battles. In the Western Cape, between March 2020 and December 2021 alone, over 69,318 informal structures were erected on public land scheduled for housing developments. Compounding the problem was a 521 million rand cut in the Western Cape government's 2023-24 budget by the national government. This financial blow forced the government to downwardly adjust its delivery targets. The city of Johannesburg have several mega projects, including Fleurhof and Montrose, that remain incomplete due to vandalism and illegal occupation. At the Rocky Park housing project in the Kwadukuza municipality, a dispute between the contractor and the Department of Human Settlements has put the project on hold in May 2022. Incomplete sections in this development have been illegally occupied. Some of the recommendations from the Gauteng and KZN delegations were that a review of the PI Act be undertaken to ensure a better mechanism to deal with land occupation and proper consequence management for defaulting contractors. When one considers the recommendations by various provinces to amend the PI Act, one must carefully look at its objectives. The PI Act was intended to give effect to Section 26(3) of the Constitution. The unintended consequence is that the Act leaves the courts very little discretion with regards to remedies. This must, in turn, be balanced with the rights of individual property owners, including the state. Therefore, the following suggestions to the legislation are made. To review the definition of home, to carefully limit the incentive for bad faith occupiers to abuse the protection enshrined in the Principal Act, to criminalize the incitement and organization of unlawful occupation, to expand the factors to be taken into account by courts when considering applications for eviction, and to provide for further provisions relating to the availability of alternative housing. The real victims in this standoff are those who continue to live in substandard conditions, backyard dwellers who cannot afford to rent or buy a home, and rightful beneficiaries stuck for decades on housing lists. In adopting this report, this House has the opportunity to rectify that. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Godsal. We now move on to the next member, and that's the Honorable Nkonyana from the Eastern Cape.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Permanent and Special Delegates attending this session physically and those on virtual platform, Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, MSCs, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. For the first and foremost, I wish to thank the leadership of this Honorable House for affording permanent delegates from the Eastern Cape Province to be part of the national program to embark on a critical annual program of this House by conducting provincial oversight in our province on the critical issue of addressing the challenges of timely delivery of viable public infrastructure to communities. We wish to thank the leadership of this honorable House in providing the necessary leadership and in making it possible for the entire delegation of the Eastern Cape to be able to do its work in line with the mandate of this honorable House. We wish to record our appreciation of the Honorable Premier of the Eastern Cape, Honorable Mabuyana, and the Honorable Madam Speaker, Madam Honorable Souls August, for deploying members of the provincial legislature who were part of us, together with the members of staff that rendered the necessary assistance in the execution of our work. We also wish to record warm reception and royal treatment according to all of us by both Chris Hani and Joe Gabi district municipalities we visited. We indeed felt the undying spirit of such revolutionaries as we went about visiting the sites we visited in both their districts. The report we submitted to this Honorable House Chair is a product of the entire delegation, and I'm indebted to all of them for the work that they have done, and hope that this Honorable House will assist our province in its determination to deliver a better life to all, as it is apparent from the reading of the report. Hlanga phambili, nani malungu alendlu abekekileyo. Kolwimi lwengcwele ikumkani kwikumkani zelizwe. Intala ifaka phalo. Jikelele ingangalala yesizwe. KumaXhosa ukumkani uyintsa. Uzigodlwana zemazendala ngalala endleleni nibokwazi ba unyembelekile. Inkunza ebebekhuza ukuhlaba ingakahlabi. Wagetyengwa ngolunya ngopewula zizigebenga zamangesi ezahlutha inhloko yekumkani yethu zonikeza ngayo ubukumkani bamangesi. Amasela omhlaba wesizwe, indlalifa zabo ezisanyalasileyo kuwo umhlaba wethu nangoku azanzolo. Ndiziva nelunda ndiwongekile okwenene ndizoba ngumlomo wengcwele wekonkeli yethu kwiphondo lengcwele ubhejula umnumzana uMabuyana, inkokeli yoburhulumente wabo bonke abantu okhokelwa ngumbutho wesizwe i-African National Congress, hayi inkazathi ndenjenje. The Eastern Cape province, as led by the ANC government, is committed to deliver a better life to all the people of the province in pursuance of the National Democratic Revolution, bequeathed by our forebears who fought so gallantly against violent colonial and apartheid regimes, as is evident by numerous frontier wars of resistance against foreign domination. The regime that oppressed and subjugated the people of the Eastern Cape for so long, and thereby denying their right to self-determination, they pin their hope on the ANC government that continue to lead that province. Insukaze zelilizwe ewe imisinsi ngokuzimilela. The report tabled before this House has highlighted the good work embarked upon by the ANC government since it took over governance 30 years ago and deliver a much needed services to all the people of this country, including, of course, the people of that province of legends, the Eastern Cape. We were supported both by the provincial and local government in its determination under extreme difficult circumstances to push back triple challenges of inequality, poverty, unemployment, to change the lives of the people of the Eastern Cape province, particularly in both Chris Hani and Joe Gabi district municipalities we visited. Allow me, Chairperson and honorable members, to highlight, albeit briefly, both successes and challenges we found in both districts we visited. We start with water delivery. The people are entitled as of right to water as one of the basic services they deserve. In line with this objective, we visited both Tsomo River Abstractor Treatment Works, a world-class facility, which was built and launched by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Matamela, who was leading the 6th administration, which was led by the African National Congress. Notwithstanding this praiseworthy project, some thieves were reported to be interfering with the delivery of purified water to communities within Tsomo districts and surrounding areas. Delivery of jobs to jobless. Chris Hani is embarking on initiative to revive industrial revolution to deliver decent and sustainable jobs by revitalizing Komani Industrial Park in partnership with investors and local farmers in pursuance of agrarian revolution. The need to deliver electricity is apparent. There shall be decent houses for all. To summarize, in line with the Congress of the People, as far back as 1955, we witnessed Albertina Sisulu Multipurpose Center in Tsomo, as well as Chris Hani development in Kofimvaba. On road infrastructure, Chair, we visited both Fikile Guadane Third Road, leading to and from Komani Eco Industrial Park in Chris Hani district, and Yugi to Langeni and in Joe Gabi, the road between Yugi and Langeni that has been closed for some time due to the challenges experienced in the construction industry, as well as Umlamli Hospital Road in Joe Gabi. The doors of learning shall be opened. We also visited Louis Rex, as well as Nkopane School. In health center, we visited Mpilweni, as well as Lady Grey. Wastewater treatment works, Chair. We visited Tsomo, wastewater treatment works and has been abandoned and at the risk of being vandalized. And lastly, but not least, Chair, because of the time, ndiyafuna ukuthi mhlali ngaphambili umbengo omde uyawucima umlilo. Kwaye ndivumele ndikhwelele kweliqonga ngelithi urhulumente kwiphondo lengqwele impuma Kapa uzimisele ukusebenza nzima ukuphuhlisa intlalo yoluntu, ukuphuhlisa iziseko zokuzisa inkonzo eluntwini, kwaye unethemba lwentsebenziswano kunye nelibhunga.
Thank you very much,
Ukufumana
Honorable
uncedo,
Nompunyana. Your time has
ukufezekisa ithemba
expired.
labantu nempilo engcono.
Thank you.
Sibamba ngazo zozibini.
Thank you very much. We now move on to the next speaker to contribute, and that is the Honorable Makume, the MEC for Finance, Tourism and Economic Development. The MEC has 10 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of the House, the Chair in the virtual platform, ministers present in the House and the Deputy Ministers present in the House and those present in the virtual platforms, members of the Executive Councils, my colleagues, members of the NCOP, members of the Free State Legislature who have joined us, the Executive Mayors and Councillors, and ladies and gentlemen, Dumela, Honorable Chair or Deputy Chair, thank you for the opportunity given to table the debate on the NCOP Provincial Week report. I must indicate to the members of the NCOP that the province appreciate very much your visit and the oversight inspection that you conducted in the province, because Free State undertook the issue of accountability as the cornerstone of democracy. I need also to mention that I was not part of the inspection due to my illness. In that week, I was hospitalized, but I was briefed in detail by my colleagues who attended both the inspections and the deliberations. I'm so happy that there were vigor and passion in relation to how we are progressing as a province and in implementing the project. Yes, Chair, we need to move with the speed of the delivery of infrastructure. These projects must be delivered on time and within the allocated budget. We do agree that we must confront the challenges affecting the timely delivery of viable public infrastructure to communities. That is precisely the reason why we are in these positions where we have been elected by the communities in this country and my province. It is about timely delivery of services, including public infrastructure. It may be human settlement, schools, hospitals, and clinics, parks and roads, and so forth. But secondary to the above, effective implementation of the infrastructure project is the key to our economic growth as the province, whether social or economic infrastructure. In her opening remarks during the first day of the NCOP visit to the province, the Honorable Premier reflected on the National Development Plan and how this noble plan enjoins all of us to be aggressive in the implementation of infrastructure and projects. But we also need to be accountable in how we do this. We must subject ourselves to the institutions and bodies that deal with governance issues, amongst them accountability and responsible use of public funds. Hence, we acknowledge the work of the NCOP and we really appreciate it. I know that on the same day, the Honorable Speaker also went to town in emphasizing the principles of accountability and transparency in usage of the resources and delivery of public infrastructure. I've taken time to read the report, and it is indeed a comprehensive report that will also assist the province on how our oversight role as provincial treasury will be executed. Honorable Chair, NCOP visited 9 projects, which are in varying stages in terms of the progress. Please allow me to firstly talk to the ones that are managed and funded by the province. These include the Lebanon Special School, the G Hostel, Tandanani Clinic, Kopanong Complex. All these projects are in Velcom. The inspection was extended to, amongst others, the Dark City Housing Project, Tabanchu Pigari, the Busabelo Water Treatment Plant, and Bloemfontein Intermodal Taxi Rank Precinct. Honorable Chair, The construction of Leboneng Special School is progressing very well, and the latest report from the department indicated physical progress of 90%. The project will be completed as planned. That is by the end of December 2024. We have also noted the recommendation of the NCOP on this project, namely the installation of the spikes on top of the security fence. We fully agree with the recommendation and will monitor the progress in this regard. On the construction of the two-sprayed to access flow road, we note the concerns raised in the report, especially the importance of this road, as it connects many towns to N1, the national road. We further note the recommendation of the NCOP and agree fully in this regard. We will continue working with the departments responsible in ensuring the progress of this project is reported regularly to the legislature. The site was handed over to the service provider, namely Taupili, on the 1st of October 2024, just to fast track the process. And thus far, the contract has started with the patchwork. We expect the most of the groundwork will be executed after the December holidays. The construction of Tandanani Clinic is well on schedule, and thus far the physical progress is at 87%. The recommendations provided by the NCOP are welcome, especially the recommendations about the addition of the carport in the ambulance arrival area as a measure to provide privacy and dignity of the patients. Honorable Chair, the matter of the variation orders is a topical subject in our province and across all other provinces. Yes, we agree with the recommendations of the NCOP. We will have to devise means of streamlining control measures related to these variation orders to manage projects cost without any loss. The Dark and Silver City project has therefore been there for many years. The physical progress of the project is at 87% and thus far progressing well. We are working with the Human Settlement Department through our regular engagement and monitoring system and formalized quarterly infrastructure performance review meetings with special focus on these long outstanding projects. So in line with the recommendation of the NCOP, we will henceforth advise the department to provide progress reports to provincial legislature that will be additional to the quarterly oversight performance meeting of the relevant legislature committee. Honorable Chair, that Tabanchu-Pikari project, we agree with the observations and the challenges as indicated in the report. We have started on the provincial side to gather information of this project. We have already requested information from the Provincial Department of Agriculture and Rural Development and Environment relating to whether the department was part of the project. If so, how much was spent? Why is the project abandoned? We will collate this information and submit a report in this regard. Honorable Chair, let me briefly talk about our budget allocations for infrastructure. In the current financial year, we are implementing 543 projects funded by more than 5.1 billion allocation. In the next 2 financial years, the estimated budgets for infrastructure total 4.6 billion and 4.5 billion respectively. This is an investment that must ignite the economy of this province. We have agreed as the province that Free State must be a construction site going forward. This can only be achieved through timely delivery of projects and within the provided budgets. On municipal inputs, total municipal capital funding of 2024-2023 financial year for the 23 municipalities in the Free State is projected at 3.3 billion. Municipal infrastructure grant is the largest grant allocation transfer to municipalities in the province to finance the capital project to improve infrastructure development and maintenance, followed by urban settlement development grant, Mangaung Metro and water service infrastructure grant. Total budget expenditure for trading services amounts to 2 billion or 61.7% against the total capital expenditure budget. Most municipalities in the province will be investing in the capital budget on the water infrastructure at 820 million, followed by other expenditure and road transport. Infrastructure investment has been identified as a key driver of the economic growth. Therefore, municipalities are investing in the capital infrastructure to attract investment, ensure sustainable economic development, and improve revenue collection. However, further debates on the coverage of the capital budgets may require engagement in the budget committee structures and financing model that have been put in place. There are repairs and maintenance in municipalities. The municipal budget circular of 55th of MFMA 2023 requires that where the budget amount for repairs and maintenance is less than 8% of the property, plant and equipment, the municipality must provide a detailed explanation and assurance that the budget amount is adequate to secure the ongoing health of the municipality infrastructure, supported by the reference to its asset management plan. The total repairs and maintenance budget in the province amounts to 1.47 billion, which is only 2.8% against the total PPE stated in the financial position statement, which amounts to 52.8 billion. This area may require policy changes, specifically given the infrastructure regression and significant operational losses impact and on sustainability of municipalities providing of the basic and essential services, notwithstanding the importance of financing and capital budget. Most of the municipalities do not have asset management maintenance plan, which leads to poor maintenance assets. In conclusion, we appreciate the work that has been done by NCOP with regard to the oversight on both provincial and local spheres of government. As Free State government, we commit to work tirelessly to implement recommendations as well as to enhance our oversight role. Hence, we are working towards strengthening our infrastructure capacity in relation to infrastructure oversight. Furthermore, we will continue to report to the provincial legislature conditional grants and concomitant expenditure as per the requirements of the Divisions of Revenue Act. I thank you all in the House.
No. Thank you, Honorable Makume, for your presentation, which is well received in the House. The next speaker on the podium is going to be Honorable Geza from Pumarang.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chairperson, the timely delivery of viable public infrastructure to communities has been an ongoing challenge in this country since the advent of democracy. This was evident from the provincial week that we attended, as ours is a country which is in dire need of adequate infrastructure resources and capabilities to enable the state to achieve its strategic goals. Section 152(1)(a) of the Constitution 2E stipulates that municipalities must provide democratic and accountable government for local communities, ensure the provision of services to communities in a sustainable manner, promote social and economic development, promote safe and healthy environment, and encourage the involvement of communities and community organization in matters of local government. Furthermore, Chairperson, Section 153 of the of the Municipal Finance Management Act requires municipalities to prioritize the needs of the community and promote social and economic development of the community. Read with Section 131 of the MFMA, which requires that a municipality must address any issues raised by the Auditor General in an audit report. And moreover, Section 106 of the Municipal Systems Act provides that the member of the Executive Council for local government has the power to investigate serious malpractice in a municipality, requesting information, appointing investigators, and holding municipalities accountable. A total non-adherence, Chairperson, to the Infrastructure Development Act 23 of 2014, which seeks to coordinate and prioritize public infrastructure development and improve infrastructure management. None of the above mentioned prescripts were applicable to many of the sites which we visited back in September this year, as witnessed by a myriad of problems and challenges faced in the delivery of public infrastructure across South Africa. Chairperson, it is disheartening to witness in many delays and incomplete and abandoned infrastructure projects across all provinces, and how there generally exists a culture of lack of effective project management and oversight, leading to cost overruns and delays. And the over-reliance on consultants and compiling financial statements and managing projects which result in poor quality and additional costs. In Mpumalanga, Chairperson, the town of Mashishing does not have a functional wastewater treatment, which means that residents lack a facility that is designed to treat and manage sewage as well as wastewater. The project is in phase 2, yet there is lack of transparency and value for money. The R36 road project in Tabachweu local municipality is also way behind schedule, and revised completion date is not feasible. Whilst this is the case, Chairperson, the R540, which is posing a lot of risk to fatalities, needs to be rehabilitated, yet the Department of Public Works, Roads and Transport has indicated, and in fact surrendered this road to Sanral, citing that they do not have funds to cover the project. The consolidated findings of the provincial delegation report from the site visit, briefing and engagement in Mpumalanga, its district and local municipalities tells a gloomy tale about the state of incomplete, delayed or abandoned projects and lack of hope for the residents who are the end users of these essential services. Chairperson, I could go on and on all day as the phenomenon of the incompetent and indifferent GNU government continues. For there exists a lack of vision for viable local municipalities aimed at reimagining municipalities for post-apartheid dispensation. As the EFF, we therefore condemn the failure to implement solutions to deliver viable public infrastructure in a timely manner. Local government is at the coalface of service delivery, Chair. Yet it is the most chronically underfunded and therefore grapples with issues of capacity. As the EFF, we express our disappointment with the deficit stance which seems to be taken by the DA-ANC coalition, as it is showing signs of not being sufficiently capacitated to deliver both operational capital and basic services. This is whilst municipalities never fail to outsource their functions. The paradox is that services are not delivered. Our visit to Tabachweu was marred with evidence of how difficult it has been for the residents to navigate their town that is confronted with projects that do not seem to meet their targets and for completion almost across all departments. Projects are met with defaulting difficulties and defaulting companies such as CMS in Ngagamutiri Mulima district in Northwest Province, who are given contracts despite the records of poor performance. But this is but one of the reasons why the EFF advocates for the abolishment of tenders. In addition to corruption, the system of tenders and contracts have proven to empower only the private sectors, corporations, and few politically connected individuals, and in some instances, government officials in procurement, while it disempowers communities and workers. As we discovered that in most instances, companies that get government contracts do not employ local people, even in relation to project managers, do not source material locally in Tabachweu, but import them from Johannesburg, thus creating jobs elsewhere for the work that was supposed to have been benefiting the local residents. Generally, workers who are employed in these projects are vulnerable to exploitation and meager salaries. Therefore, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. The system of outsourcing and tendering is easily manipulated by private sector, which also engages in uncompetitive and corrupt behavior such as collusion and price fixing. The Auditor General's 2022-2023 snapshot for performance of Tabachweu found that there was overall regression in audit outcomes of financial statements, predetermined objectives and compliance. On the refurbishment of Leightonburg wastewater treatment works, phase 1 was not completed by the revised date of the 31st May 2024, despite 26.6 million spent on the project. The contractor was far behind in the project due to internal cash flow problems and late appointments of electrical subcontractor. Therefore, local government funding is still based on the same assumption that defined the division of revenue. While spending infrastructure has not kept up with the increasing demand, the existing infrastructure has not been maintained. Due to poor infrastructure, municipalities lose water on leaks, Chairperson, and in some instances, water is not drinkable. There's 40% of water that has been lost, Chairperson, in the country due to water leaks. This has adversely affected the rural parts of the country with the result that taps have dried out for decades and water tankers and water vendors have become the only option left to access potable water and no option for the poor and marginalized who cannot afford to buy water from these vendors. Chairperson, what we need in South Africa is the local government model of the EFF. As the EFF remains the most dependable weapon in the hands of the people of South Africa. It seeks to abolish tenders, in-source town planners, engineers, artisans, general workers such as cleaners, gardeners, drivers, and security who will protect the municipal infrastructure because they are well remunerated and motivated. Building state capacity in local government through insourcing, improving quality work, delivering services, and ensuring value for money. Building electricity infrastructure, roads, recreational facilities, using internal capacity, ensuring each household participates actively in local government economy by enforcing localization and procurement of local goods. In conclusion, Chairperson, we were concerned about the poor management of implementation by the Auditor General, the sustainability raised by the Auditor General, Chairperson, the sustainability of tenders for service delivery and whether budget allocated to projects were going towards intended purpose and both construction or consultants. To this end, we await the updated report of long-term solution into these matters by the 25th of January 2025. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Keza. The next speaker on the podium is going to be Honorable Zimande Gauteng. Perfect.
Oh, bahlonishwa. Abahloniphekileyo. Nomphakathi wakithi obukele lento eqhubeka namhlanje kulendlu. Siyanibingelela. Honorable members of the House, I rise today to address the issue encountered during our provincial visit. Based on the theme, timely delivery of viable public infrastructure to communities across various provinces in South Africa. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure has a crucial mandate as it has already been expressed. I won't emphasize it. However, it's facing significant and critical challenges. Some of them are controllable and preventable challenges. Only if those that are responsible for lo mshado ongabikwanga emadlozini
are willing to address them. These key challenges will include poor governance, inadequate project planning and management, delay in obtaining necessary authorization from traditional authorities, and premature contract termination. Many infrastructure projects across various provinces are facing significant delays, are incomplete, and are abandoned. Common reasons for this will include budget constraints, contractors' performance problems, community unrest, extortion, theft, and administrative inefficiencies. Aging infrastructure and insufficient maintenance have become persistent issues, resulting in frequent breakdown and service interruption. Several departments are facing severe budget cuts, which hinder their ability to complete projects and maintain existing infrastructure. Additionally, there are numerous instances of funds being diverted. The lack of effective project management and oversight has led to significant cost overruns and delays. An over-reliance on consultants for compiling financial statements and managing projects often increases expenses. Additionally, there is a lack of accountability and consequence management, in particular for contractors and officials responsible for delays and poor performance. The department, which is Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, have frequently been implicated in corruption and mismanagement, particularly in procurement processes, and this has resulted in inflated project costs, substandard or poor work, and in some cases, incomplete projects, as I've stated. Currently, there's a concerning rise in construction-related crimes involving so-called construction mafias. No strategy to deal with this. These delays and abandonment infrastructure project negatively impact several aspects, including the goal of creating integrated human settlement that places individuals from previous disadvantaged groups closer to the place of work. This situation affects community connectivity, economic opportunities, growth, as well as enjoyment of fundamental rights as enshrined in the Constitution, including equality, human dignity, healthy environment, which include sanitation, access to clean water, and social security. Ngizocaphuna nje ambalwa ama-project athintekayo. Uyabona lapha eMontrose kwakwakhela amagqala kuthi military veterans. Umkhuba eyenziwa ulo hulumeni osushade nalabo esingabazi. Kwacaca ukuthi akuzange nje kwenziwe a due diligence study and there was no proper plan. Akho mgwaqo, akho manzi, akho gesi. Kune sinkhole bayahluphekela nje abantu bakithi. Amasotsha lelizwe lethu. Okungaphezulu kokho konke kunane dispute ekuthiwa ikhona no Eskom. Awazi ukuthi kwakungabanjwa ngani leyo nto kusaplan. Inkinga nje ungayazi nje. Akho consequence management yenziwayo siyayishoke namhlanje ukuthi angeke sithule kudlalwa ngamaqhawe akithi. Abenza lokhu kufanele bajeze. Angeke sixole bengakajezi. Enye ibuilding isize yaphela. Isiyakhiwe ngemali eningi. Yaphela nje tu. Abantu bazijontshela. Kukhona okubuhlungu kakhulu ke futhi isihlalo. Esinye isikole esibizwa ngo2 eduze nendlela ngapha mobheka se-Orange Farm. esabantu abakhubezekile. Hayi imikhuba yenziwa lo hulumeni. Awekho amanzi-ke bathembele la manzi lawa akhongozelwa mehle ezulwini. Kunayo ikhona ibhoholi yakhona. Ama-toilet ungafunga ukuthi ukuhlala iy'ngulube. Akho nhlonipho, akho ngisho ugesi kulezi ngane. Akho insiza ezanele. Okubuhlungu-ke nokufike kusithinte kabuhlungu ukuthi yakhiwe isendaweni yomuntu okuthiwa umuntu ozimele. Uhulumeni uyalungisa leya ndawo kodwa ayikho ngaphansi kwakhe, kuchithwe imali. Okwesibili, lo muntu ukuthi manje ngabe ngiyangidayisela, ngizothatha yonke le ndawo nalabantu abangena bazakhela imizi ngoba phela uhulumeni akabaniki indawo. Indawo engaphasile. Kuyakhokhwa lapha eGauteng. Siyabuza ukuthi sipheni phela ukuthi nikhokha ngasiphi isivumelwano nikhokha malini. Hawu bakufihla. Namhlanje sikasithole. Lokhu sasuka lapha. Okunye kubuhlungu ingane zakithi ngapha khona kwaNdunga ziyaduma engapha eDavidton isikolo sibiza kuthiwa iBarcelona zifunde emagogogwini mhlambe nina nibize kuthiwa yini amacontainer inkinga ke sibhekene nayo ukucishizwe ingxenye eningi ezweni nalapha nje angeke usho ukuthi kusegoli zifunde emagogogwini ingane. Project kwakufanele iqale ngo-2017 namhlanje kusenjalo. Kusenenkinga. Hayi-ke nakho okukhulu-ke sihlalo. Ngoba ngiyakubona usuyangitshela ukuthi angisheshise. Ngingabe ngisakuthinta lokho kunye kodwa kunalezi zinto okuthiwa uhulumeni unazo okumthetho akawusebenzisi. Kunama-project la kuthiwa kune-poor performance. Akho penalty eyenzekayo. Into eyenzekayo uhulumeni simbone eqasha abanye beyolungisa into ezenziwe yilabantu asibalandeli ngokomthetho ukuthi abakhokhe phela sikukhokha double. Okunye sekwenzekayo umphakathi sihlalo ukuthi uzoba nenkinga yokuthi thina nama-member ethu aqashwe yilo hulumeni kufanele ngabe basebenzisa umthetho khona udila ngalabantu abaxoshwa kwezinye indawo for poor performance kodwa bawusebenzisa umthetho ngoba phela kuzobathathela
Siyabonga.
lo mbele ogwensile.
Siyabonga mphephethu.
Usubongile?
Sizwile.
Washesha bo.
Oh,
okay.
You get 30 minutes more.
Ngina 9 minutes. Ngina 9 minutes. Angina 5 ngina 9.
Nalo ulimi lento. Umlomo ungaphikiswa.
Cha akubona kahle ngina 9. Kodwa ngiyabiyeka nje ngoba phela ngiyanibona ukuthi senihlalene ngami.
Honorable Minister Majotina, disturb, please. All right, the next speaker on the podium is the Honorable Deputy Minister of Public Works. Bebisa.
Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, members of this Honorable House, compatriots and fellow South Africans. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure appreciate the opportunity provided by this House to participate in the debate on the themed discussion, which is called, as I quote, confronting challenges facing timely delivery of viable infrastructure to communities, close quote. We also commend the detailed, excellent 2024 Provincial Week report that has been produced by the NCOP after visiting all our provinces and engaging with the leadership of various municipalities between the 16th to the 20th of September. The report also highlights many successes of the 6th administration in laying out infrastructure in every corner of our country and its impact on creation of jobs and skills transfer. As the department, we assure this House to ensure that the challenges identified in this report are going to preoccupy us as we go forward in ensuring that we fast-track service delivery, accelerate infrastructure-led growth, and ensure job creation. As the Department of Public Works, we carry a mandate of coordinating all public infrastructure development in the country. The department is a custodian of Infrastructure Development Act that seeks to ensure overall coordination of infrastructure development and investment. To ensure the realization of the National Development Plan, as the department, we published the National Infrastructure Plan 2050 in March 2022. Phase 1 focuses on 4 strategic sectors, which is energy, water, digital infrastructure, and freight transport. While phase 2 of the NIP 2050 focuses on distributed infrastructure that link more closely to businesses and communities. As per the Infrastructure Development Act, a total of 50 strategic integrated projects across sectors with an estimated combined capital investment value of 340 billion were announced in 2020, with an additional 12 special programs, which included student accommodation. In 2022, an additional 7 projects were gazetted, increasing the investment need up to approximately 540 billion. In March of this year, His Excellency President Ramaphosa and our department launched the construction book at the Sustainable Infrastructure Development Symposium of South Africa here in Cape Town. And this infrastructure book contains projects that are at a value of 158.5 billion. 18 of these projects are in the energy sector and can create about 144,000 jobs. 3 of these projects are in water sector and can create up to 120,000 jobs. 132 projects are in transport and are estimated at a value of 88 billion and can create approximately 596,000 jobs. On the 15th of August, 2024, the department, 15th of October rather, 2024, the department announced a bid window for these projects, which this bid window will close on the 6th of December this year. Honorable members, the Welisizwe Rural Bridges Program was initiated to respond to emergency situation in relation to river crossings. The program was gazetted in July 2020 as SIP number 25 as part of infrastructure development stimulus package to boost the economy. The Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, Free State, Northwest, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga are the 6 provinces participating in this program. During the 2022 State of the Nation address, President Ramaphosa tasked the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to construct 96 low-cost bridges per financial year starting from April 2022. On small harbour development, the department has revitalized 13 proclaimed fishing harbour in Western Cape. The repair and maintenance program was completed in March 2022 and created 925 jobs and supported small, medium, and micro enterprises at a value of 116 million. In line with the commitment to explore ocean economy, the department on the 1st of June 2023 started plans to develop small harbours in Northern Cape, Eastern Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal. Through the ESA project preparation budget, a total of 28 million has been allocated for the development of 8 spatial and economic development frameworks, with the cost of about 10 million for the 3 Tier 1 harbours and then the 5 Tier 2 harbours. Tier 1 only kickstarted in June this year, and Tier 2 is starting to kickstart early in 2025. Honorable members, we wish to agree with the report of this House that identified key challenges. That include delays and incomplete projects, maintenance issues, budget cuts, misallocation of funds that are meant for infrastructure, in some cases going to salaries and others, especially in municipalities. Poor project management, use of consultant, and extortion and disruption of sites. We wish to confirm that also the Auditor General have raised these observations, including the need to accelerate development and upgrading of water, sanitation, and transport infrastructure, the need for municipality to adhere to rigorous maintenance schedule. We also wish to assure this House that as the department under the 6th administration, we launch a number of projects that seek to stimulate rollout of infrastructure. These include a list of top 50 projects, which was selected as phase 1 in the renewed project monitoring strategy. A war room was established to sit fortnightly, and we have been able to complete number of projects through this intervention, and that include Vuwani Police Station. We intervened in Bloemfontein Park Road Police Station. We intervened in Parys Correctional Services, Soshanguve Magistrate Court, Durban Magistrate Court, and the completed 2 magistrate courts in Potchefstroom and in Polokwane. The Operation Siyahlola program enabled the department to gain first-hand account on challenges that causes the delay. The program also involved aftercare visits in areas which we would have visited. Under the 6th administration, the department also started the asset optimization strategy, which is to build on public-private partnership to support models like renovate, operate, and transfer, as well as build, operate, and transfer. We aim through this to maximize the use of government state properties rather than leasing. We also embark on Operation Bring Back, which is an intervention introduced as a response to illegally occupied as well as hijacked buildings, where we want to recover all of those buildings as well as stolen buildings and properties. To build a capacity, ethical developmental state, we took an interest in stabilization of the department with filling of all senior posts from the Director General to the head of property management entities, as well as ensuring that in all regions we have stable management. We have started a program of delivering through internal capacity, through building regional workshops, which services client departments. The aim of this is to start with phase 1, where we are establishing the workshops in Pretoria, Cape Town, Durban, and Bloemfontein. The second phase will include the remainder of regions. Chairperson, in line with the Cabinet directive, during the 6th administration, we ramp up and rebranded the EPWP program. The intention is to ensure that phase 5 of EPWP, which started in 2024 and will culminate to 2029, produce at least 4.7 million work opportunities. The approach to training for phase 5 is a positive step toward ensuring that EPWP participants gain the skills and experience they need to sustain themselves post the program. The focus is on tangible training and strengthening partnership with relevant stakeholders, including the private sector. The EPWP will also strive to develop more permanent employment opportunities for participants by providing them with the support they need to start their own businesses. We are committed to ensure that all strategic infrastructure programs in South Africa are rolled out and completed on time and on budget. We are also committed to ensure that infrastructure development is spread throughout South Africa, including the rural and township areas. Honorable Chair, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister of Public Works, Ubabu Sigalala. The next speaker on the podium, which I think will be virtual, is Honorable Ushengwa, the Deputy Minister of Transport. Honorable Ushengwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Point of order, Chair.
I think what I know about Jomba Yostalo, but I will proceed.
All right. On what order are you?
Chair, it should be I think.
All right, you'll come after Honorable Barinost.
Thank you, Chair. I'm rising on Rule 59. Rule 59(2), the officer presiding must call delegates in accordance with A, a speakers list, so a list of speakers for the debate, and B, the times allocated for speeches by the delegates. Every single delegate in this House at 14:24 this afternoon received by WhatsApp on the 7th Parliament group a speakers list. And at the moment, you are deviating from that list because I see on the next speaker after Honorable Nkomo is Honorable Mayor, and now you're at Honorable Tlengwa. So you've skipped Honorable Mayor.
No, thank you, Honorable Barinost. I think that was on oversight on my side because I'd already turned over the page. You know? So officially, the Honorable Member who must be on the floor is Honorable Nkomo from Gauteng MEC for Health. Over to you, Honorable Nkomo.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me greet you, Chair, Honorable Chair, and let me greet honorable members. Let me greet the honorable NCOP members, mayors that are on call, deputy mayors, ministers, deputy ministers, senior officials, and members of the media. And most importantly, citizens of our beloved country, NGOs, academics, and investors. Honorable Chair, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak today. I would also like to thank the members of the NCOP for their invaluable contributions during the recent NCOP weekend visit in the province, where they took time to observe the challenges and opportunities within our healthcare infrastructure. With only 10 days to go before commencement of the 16 days of activism, where we are raising awareness about the brutality faced by women, children, and the LGBTQI+U community. We're also grappling with another critical issue in Gauteng, which is foodborne illnesses in the province. These illnesses have tragically led to the loss of young lives, with many more requiring medical attention. The majority of these cases are associated to snacks that are purchased at the local spaza shops and vendors near the schools that are highlighting the urgent need for regulation in these informal markets. As the Gauteng provincial government, we are actively addressing these challenges, working closely with municipalities and other organizations to implement immediate interventions. In today's today's debate, we also turn our focus into infrastructure, an area where we have made significant strides and continue to build momentum. We recognize that a strong healthcare system is underpinned by robust and modern infrastructure. The work that we are doing in Gauteng as part of our healthcare transformation agenda is very important, not only for immediate improvements, but also for ensuring that our facilities can meet the future healthcare demands. Honorable Chair, the importance of investing in robust infrastructure cannot be overstated. It is the foundation upon which we build a healthier Gauteng. A province with world-class healthcare facilities is a province that attracts skilled professionals, enhances service delivery, and improves healthcare outcomes for every citizen. So by upgrading and maintaining our infrastructure, we're not only simply improving buildings, we're ensuring that every hospital, clinic, and healthcare center is equipped to handle the needs of a growing population. This commitment to infrastructure revitalization means that in the near future, no patient will be turned away due to overcrowding or lack of resources. We're paving the way for a healthcare system that is efficient, accessible, and ready to meet the challenges of tomorrow. We understand this subject is more than just the physical space. It is the foundation for the delivery of care. That is why, as part of ongoing efforts, we have ensured that key healthcare facilities in Gauteng undergo substantial upgrades. Several hospitals such as Chris Hani Baragwanath Academic Hospital, Dr. George Mukhari Academic Hospital, and Jubilee District Hospital have seen critical refurbishment, including the completion of SIU wards to increase capacity and improve care. Additionally, facilities like Discovery's Community Healthcare Center and Kopanong Hospital have undergone major refurbishment to ensure that our healthcare services meet the international standards. As part of our focus on specialized care, we recently opened the Vets Roy McAfee Burns unit at Chris Hani Baragwanath Academic Hospital, which will significantly enhance our ability to treat burns, positioning the hospital as one of Africa's leading centers for burn treatment. Meanwhile, we are expanding wards at Mamelodi Hospital to accommodate more patients, particularly in the pediatric ward, female medical, and surgical wards. The hospital has also refurbished several units, including the eye clinic, antiretroviral clinic waiting area, and the radiology department. In addition to physical infrastructure, we're also focused on leveraging technology to enhance healthcare delivery. As the Department of Health, we've laid a solid foundation for e-health through the rollout of the health information system that is aimed at improving real-time monitoring and resource allocation. Already, we have implemented key modules, including patient administration, accounting, and billing across the 33 community healthcare centers and in all the 37 hospitals. This initiative enhances patients' referrals, streamlines information sharing, and boosts efficiency across our healthcare network. Leveraging digital technology, we have also begun to digitize paper-based patient records, creating a digital repository to enhance accessibility, security, and efficiency. To date, over 237,400 patient files have been converted into digital format at Chris Hani Baragwanath Academic Hospital, improving the management and accessibility of patients' information. Further, the queue management project is currently being implemented at Rahima Musa Mother and Child Hospital and Charlotte Maxeke Johannesburg Academic Hospital, which will help eliminate long queues, improving turnaround times, and patient satisfaction. In the area of forensic pathology, we also integrated digital fingerprint system across several hospitals and mortuaries in the province. This system is crucial for identifying unknown bodies and patients, helping us to trace families efficiently with full implementation that is expected by 2027, where the system is already operational in multiple state mortuaries and has been integrated into several hospitals, including Tembisa Provincial Tertiary Hospitals and Chris Hani Baragwanath Academic Hospital. Moreover, we have procured new technology and vehicles to improve the handling of deceased bodies, ensuring more effective and human interventions. While we celebrate some of these advancements, we remain committed to address the challenges of the past. We acknowledge the backlog in some of our infrastructure projects, many of which have been hindered by corruption, lack of consequence management, and poor leadership. The recent NCOP Provincial Week highlighted the gaps, and as leaders, we take full responsibility for correcting them and ensuring that our province moves forward with integrity and accountability. Honorable Chair, the Gauteng Department of Health remains in its commitment to improve healthcare infrastructure across the province, and we recognize that healthcare infrastructure is not just about buildings and facilities. It is about a system that can deliver care efficiently, effectively, and equitably. The investments that we are making today will not only enhance the quality of healthcare of our citizens, but also lay a foundation for future innovations and sustainable growth in our healthcare sector. Our commitment extends beyond the physical structures where we're upgrading buildings. It is also about ensuring that we have necessary systems in place to support our healthcare workforce and meet the needs of our population. From the digital transformation of patients' records to the implementation of smart technology that improves patients' care and reduces waiting times, we are investing in a system that will make a real difference in the lives of our citizens. We are also working towards reducing the burden of our hospitals and clinics by investing in preventative care, expanding community healthcare services, and ensuring that our infrastructure is flexible enough to respond to the evolving public health needs. This is not just about responding to healthcare needs again of today, but also preparing for future, ensuring that our healthcare system is resilient, innovative, and adaptable to the changes of a rapidly changing world. We are committed to leaving no one behind, ensuring that our most vulnerable populations, particularly those in the informal settlements and in the rural areas, have access to the same level of quality of care as those in the urban centers. I believe that through continued collaboration, investment in infrastructure, and a shared vision of excellence in the healthcare, we can create a healthier Gauteng for all. It is a vision that aligns with the aspirations of our people for better healthcare services, access to quality treatment, and improved healthcare outcomes. This is the future that we are building, and we will not rest until it is realized. Let us stand united in our efforts to make Gauteng a model of healthcare infrastructure in the country and beyond. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable MEC from Gauteng, for your presentation. Now, the next speaker on the platform is going to be Honorable Schlenger, who is on the visual platform. Over to you, Honorable
Point of
Schlenger.
order, please, Chair.
All right, on what rule are you rising, Honorable Badenhorst?
I'm rising on Rule 59.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Rule 59, calling of delegates. The officer, Rule 59(2). The officer presiding must call delegates in accordance with a list of speakers for the debate and B, the times allocated for speeches by the delegate. So at 14:24 and at 14:26, this whole House received a speakers list from the administration. They can all confirm it. And on that speakers list, Honorable Martin Meyer is at number 11, and you've just skipped him. He's the MEC for Public Works in KwaZulu-Natal. So can we just get a ruling on why you are skipping Honorable Meyer, which is on the speakers list, and which you have a duty to acknowledge now as a speaker? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Honorable Badenhorst, for your point of order. And then you've quoted a right for that to deal with this issue. But when we look at the issue of the composition of the National Council of Provinces, it is very clear that each and every province is allocated 10 delegates. Out of those 10 delegates, 6 are permanent, which we expect them to be here permanently in this House. The other 4 are what is designated as the special delegates. And then on the special delegates, the leader of the delegation becomes the premier of the province, So what happens here is that this is not a State of the Nation address. It is an ordinary discussion, or it is an ordinary order which deals with the processes which are dealt with within the NCOP. So it means that if we can have a situation whereby the KZN delegation is going to have an extra special delegate, which is 5. I've got a list here. As we met during lunch, during that time, actually by the time that speaker, as you said, that it was distributed, we're still engaging around this issue. I said in that meeting that what we need to do, we must have some sort of a legal advice around this. So what is critical here, the KZN has sent its special delegates, the list of its special delegates. The list of the special delegates of KZN is Honorable Fraser, Honorable Mabaso, Honorable Fraser from the ANC, Honorable Mabaso from the MKP, Honorable Seme from MKP, and Honorable Ban Prakesh from the IFP. This is the list which was sent by the KZN. So from out of that list, there's no honorable mayor in that list. So what I'll appeal for, as I suggested during the preceding meeting, that we must take legal advice around that. But we don't want to set a precedent here in this house because we're not sure what is happening. That's why I'm skipping him. That's why I'm skipping him, Honorable Padenost. All right.
Honorable Chair, the conundrum that you have is that you've already sent out a speakers list and you distributed that speakers list, you published it. And on that speakers list, somebody put that person's name at number 11 on that speakers list. And the rules don't allow you a discretion now. The rules say the officer presiding must call delegates. You are being obliged by the rules to in accordance with a list of speakers for the debate. So you have no discretion here. You must call that person for the debate. If you don't call that person for the debate, I'm going to quote Section 60 of this little book called the Constitution of South Africa, which says, Section 62A1, 4 special delegates consisting of the Premier of the province, or if the Premier is not available, any member of the provincial legislature designated by the Premier, either generally or for any specific business before the National Council of Provinces. So you have 2 problems now. First, you have to comply with the rules of the NCOP, and secondly, you have a constitution. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Padenost. I think that I want to repeat myself again. We discussed this issue during the presidium, and it was very clear that there was a gray area around that. And in that presidium, I explicitly said, we cannot come and create a precedent here. That's why we requested an advice before the sitting here. But what is critical out of that, as we speak about the speakers list, how many times did we have the speakers list in this house and the people didn't appear and then we had to omit those people? So basically what they're telling us now is that it means that if you've got a speakers list and Honorable Kaiser suddenly is not there, it means that now we must wait when Honorable Kaiser is in Mpumalanga so that he can come back. So I don't want to debate with you. So the ruling which I'm making here, I've actually already made a ruling. We are passing, Honorable Mayor, and if necessary, let there be legal advice which is sought around this issue. But we cannot set a precedent in this house. So we discussed that during the presidium meeting. Even during that presidium meeting, that's what I also raised, Honorable Chief Whip. That's why even at the presidium meeting, the very same rules which you are quoting, they're very clear that the leader of the delegation of a province is the premier. If it is not a premier will designate someone else. If the premier has not designated someone else, the provincial whip becomes the leader. It does not mean that anyone is being denied here. So what I expect is that since the premier didn't give us anything in black and white, that who is being designated for that, the provincial whip, according to the rules of the NCOP, must take charge of the order. Yeah, And then what is very important, the ruling has been made. If you feel aggrieved about that, please take it up.
How many times do you do this in the house?
No, you cannot do that. I'm making a ruling here. You cannot counter back. Go to rule 69. Go to rule 69. It's very clear that when the presiding officer has taken a decision, you cannot challenge that decision in the house. You cannot challenge that decision in the house.
You are breaking the rules of this house right now.
So if you feel that the rules of the house are being broken, you know where to take that issue. You cannot raise it here on the floor. Thank you. The next speaker on the podium.
Ignored the rules of this house.
The next speaker on the podium is Honorable Shengwa, the Deputy Minister of Transport. Over to you, Honorable Shengwa.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, and good afternoon to the honorable members, ministers, deputy ministers.
All right, Honorable Shengwa, let the House be in order. The person who's on the podium now is Honorable Shengwa. Please let us not disrupt him. Honorable Shengwa, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson, honorable members of the NCOP, ministers, deputy ministers, and fellow South Africans. Chair, at the outset of this debate, let me make a clarion call to all South Africans as we approach the festive season for us to be safe on our roads. In all the travel that we'll be undertaking, we are calling for responsible driving, responsible traveling. Let us not drink and drive. Let us not drink and walk. Let us make time to rest in all our commutes, and let us support the law enforcement agencies in all the work they will be doing to ensure our safety on the roads. Over the years, we have lost on average over 1,000 South Africans during the festive season on our roads. Through the festive season safety plan, we hope to ensure that we reduce this number consistent with the targets we have set, and also as we move towards the 2030 target of halving by 50% road fatalities. On average, we are currently losing 12,000 South Africans every year. Therefore, road safety must become a national responsibility, and we are calling on all of us ahead of this festive season to do the right things on our roads and to observe all the necessary protocols. Chairperson, transport is crucial from the instant one arrives in this world, whether you go home from the clinic or hospital in person, in a vehicle, or in your mother's arms in a minibus taxi, or on the bus. It impacts our lives from cradle to grave. Transport is the heartbeat of our country's economy. A reliable, safe, and efficient transport system is key to the growing of our economy and to create jobs. Transport plays a key role in allowing commuters to get to places of employment, school, move goods from points of collection. Transport not only provides a means to move from home to your jobs, but a means of social mobility, an opportunity for a better life for yourself and your family. And we are acutely aware of the important role that transport plays in the lives of South Africans. Our transport systems are not just for ourselves, but for many who visit South Africa, whether through our airports or through our ports of entry on our roads. Safe passage of our tourists and visitors is also crucial for our growing state. The lessons therefore learned during the Provincial Week need to be taken on board, not just by the National Department of Transport, but the provincial and municipal governments as well. Service and infrastructure development begins at the local level. And therefore, we are grateful for the role that the NCOP plays in bringing government closer to provincial matters as it did through the Provincial Week. The report refers to a disturbing trend of appointing and collapsing quote unquote of projects in which projects are either duplicated or abandoned, thus leading them to being re-advertised. This results in millions of rands being wasted, funds which could have seen other projects go to completion. This trend is one which the department is extremely aware of and concerned about, and that must be put to an end. The delayed projects are not just about delayed infrastructure. It also delays a means for South Africans to reach the better life in which we want for them. Transport delays have ripple effects on the communities that the projects have sought to serve. The department has taken on a new approach, which we call the follow the money, or inversely, we are developing our own internal scoper in the department, which we believe will result in better consequence management. There are many projects, road projects, which require us to intervene, road projects that have been abandoned, while the provincial grant funds are being dispersed is of serious concern to us. The report highlighted a lack of consequence management from the department for service providers who frustrate the process of completion of projects. This lack of follow-through has resulted in service providers moving from one incomplete project to another. It also, I believe, speaks to the lack of communication amongst government departments. Therefore, we do need to strengthen the vetting processes of contractors, and hence the new approach, which is the follow the money approach. As part of this approach and as part of October Transport Month, in October, we visited this Hamba Sonke program, which is designed and implemented by the Provincial Roads Maintenance Grant to address the current road condition and capacity challenges. Whilst approximately 106.4 billion rands assistance has been transferred to the 9 provinces through the PRMG over the past 10 years, there has not been a significant improvement of our road conditions. The PRMG's strategic goal is to ensure efficient and effective safe roads. House Chairperson, this speaks to the vital and key role that we need to take up of following the money. Following the money will help us determine if South Africans are getting value for money that we transfer for the road maintenance and upgrades. Households are spending a large percentage of their income on transport alone, 10% of income for transport. This highlights a greater need for cheaper and more reliable modes of transportation. Hence the good work that is being done by PRASA of reopening the corridors, of which 31 of the 40 have thus far been opened, to ensure that we create opportunities of availability and choice for South African commuters. Further, we wish to draw attention that in the month of October, we visited Human Stop in the Eastern Cape, which is not far from Gqeberha. During the briefing, we were informed of the various challenges faced by provincial department, including a lack of service providers, as you have also observed, completing projects, and the stop and starts effect that is inhibiting projects from completion. It was during the same visit that I observed the road rehabilitation by the department, even though it was a municipal road. This intervention has allowed goods to move freely through the town that is in a citrus-rich region. Strategic transfers from municipalities to provinces are also needed, especially in areas that impact economic growth. We have to form partnerships from the municipal and provincial level that will allow for the performance and completion of projects. The minister is already participating in the SALGA working group, which has been established by the president. And part of the work that we seek to do in this regard is to review the classification of roads in provinces to enable municipalities facing infrastructure challenges to access the municipal infrastructure grant funding for the maintenance of their road network. There is a need to foster collaboration between the national, provincial, and local governments, and we need to align infrastructure projects with broader development goals. This is very crucial. Road maintenance is crucial, and we must do maintenance before roads debilitate and start developing potholes, or worse yet, collapsing. In an unfortunate turn of events earlier this month, a portion of the N2 bridge in Amanzimtoti Mgababa collapsed. Maintenance of roads, therefore, in bridges serves better in that we do need to work together to fix this infrastructure. We are confident of the work that SANRAL will be doing on the N2 bridge in Amanzimtoti, and we are confident that within the next 3 to 4 weeks, that road network will be opened and normality will be restored on the south coast of KwaZulu-Natal. Road safety and changing behaviors and mindsets are part of the department's priority outcomes. There are too many lives lost on the road, in part due to bad driver behavior. We are also aware that run-down roads and infrastructure also play a role in road deaths. On an annual basis, we lose 12,000 lives on the road. We are addressing this issue in two ways: by increasing patrolling and law enforcement, and by continuing the important rollout of educational campaigns. We need to be active all year round and not just during seasons such as the festive season, but all year round. We need to do continuous engagement with provinces to enforce the traffic patrols 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. As part of October Transport Month, the department has traveled and observed sites around various provinces. The OTM allows us as the department to observe some of the key infrastructure projects that we note as good news. While OTM serves to highlight the progress the department has made towards key infrastructure projects, it also allows us to be able to pinpoint the tangible results of the money spent and also identify the challenges which we have. I was glad to find that the October Transport Month and Provincial Week fell within the first 100 days of the GNU government. This has allowed all of us to gain an intimate knowledge of the challenges facing various projects in the provinces, and an insight which I believe we have gained much later, would have gained much later rather than the time that if we had started at a different time. Minister Chrissy completed a site visit last month again on various sites that form part of the N2 N3 upgrade program in KwaZulu-Natal. These strategic road upgrades will address congestion, increase safety, and reduce travel times. This upgrade program will also employ local communities. The construction projects along the N3 alone will create 35,000 jobs with 2 billion rands to be spent on wages for local labor. Transport also plays a role in employment and allows for the social mobility for the working class, especially with the empowerment of SMMEs that flourish as a result of construction. The development of infrastructure is crucial to the country's growth, and in the opening of Parliament address, the President stated Government of National Unity's intent to forge a new inclusive growth path for the country, which will pursue massive investment and infrastructure. The 2024 NCOP Provincial Week focused on addressing challenges of timely delivery of viable public infrastructure for communities across provinces in our country. I believe the work that the NCOP has undertaken while producing this report is crucial in driving our efforts for massive infrastructure rollout. When one can take all viewpoints and knowledge on board, a better and more effective product can then be produced. Our effective product is measured by the satisfaction and positive impact that South Africans experience from the complete infrastructure projects. Chairperson, roads facilitate the bulk movement of goods and services across the country, including at ports of entry. We need safe and quality roads. SANRAL manages a network of more than 23,000 kilometers across the national road network. One could say that this seems like a small number. We, however, think that the role that SANRAL has managed to play is very important. The 4% that SANRAL manages carries 40% of all annual vehicle traffic and 70% of road freight. We need to invest in other forms of transport that would reduce the number of vehicles on this road network. Rails provide us with a solution, and one that is sustainable and cost-effective. Unfortunately, in recent years, our transport system has been impeded by widespread theft and vandalism of our rail infrastructure, and good work is being done to recover all those lines, as I've already said. Chairperson, the key challenges raised by the report are shared across the various departmental portfolios and also in the Department of Transport. These issues that you have raised, we agree, delay progress, if not completely stop construction projects. One such challenge is the community unrest and social instability, which affects construction timelines. This is an issue that the Department of Water and Department of Human Settlement and us in the Department of Transport experience. But we cannot just lay blame at the feet of citizens. This illustrates the frustration that communities need to express and for us to respond positively. South Africans require us to act and to act fast, and it is our commitment to provide and build the infrastructure as we have committed.
We need increased efforts to engage local communities, and we agree with the recommendation that mechanisms to mitigate unrest should be implemented to prevent further delays. The oversight visits to delayed projects in the Sedibeng region, namely the R82 Old Johannesburg Road, paint a picture of some of the cross-pollinating issues experienced by the infrastructure departments. In Sedibeng, the project was awarded. The contract with the consulting engineer had to be terminated due to poor designs, and the project was terminated due to poor performance. Poor performance and the lack of project management and the lack of governance management is experienced by various departments, and new work and better work has to be done in this regard. To turn the fortunes of the R82, the National Department of Transport is prioritizing the gazetting of the R82 for incorporation into the South African National Roads Agency network to take over the responsibility. We believe this transfer will fast track and ensure proper upgrading and maintenance of that road. We are experiencing the costly delay of having to take court action against unscrupulous contractors who have not delivered on the projects as initially stated when awarded the tender, but have been found to have performed poorly and inadequately. The effort to recover money spent by contractors results in the department bleeding out money, resulting in budget constraints. This impacts our ability to fund projects that are ongoing adequately, and thus again repeating the pattern of stop and go, stop and go. Governance and accountability, in our view, play a key role in the completion of our projects, and the lack of consequence management and poor project management is a state of affairs that cannot be allowed to continue. The report has encouraged us by the efforts of the
Honorable Shengwa,
which has developed
30 seconds beyond your time. Will you please
which is based on Brightstad Interchange, Msigaba Bridge and Mtentu Bridge, which is under construction, and the Ndabakazi Interchange under construction, the R41.
Honorable Shengwa,
Chairperson,
your time has
thank
expired.
you very much for your
Honorable
indulgence.
Shengwa, thank you for the good input you have made, but it's a very unfortunate that the time was not on your side. But
Thank you
next
very
time we'll
much
get it.
for your indulgence,
We'll
Chairperson.
get
and
more.
Honorable.
The next speaker on the podium is going to be Honorable Makam, the MEC from Limpopo. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, House Chair. Greetings to the Chairperson of the NCOP, the Deputy Chair, the Chief Whip, honorable members, Minister Kubai, and other Deputy Ministers who are in the platform, Portfolio Committee members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to share the insights on the pressing challenges facing our infrastructure projects and our plans to address them. Recent observation during the Provincial Week, especially site visit to the Waterberg District projects, show us that delivery, reliable public infrastructure urgently requires coordinated action. In the words of the leader of the government, or the NCOP delegation, Honorable Mukweli, he said, and I quote, "This visit is not just a tour, it's an action-driven oversight." Today, as I will discuss the progress and challenges in human settlement, water access and community residential units, like those in Chikota and Talani. Those projects reveal both strides and challenges in essential service delivery, particularly in the Waterberg, where incomplete projects like Alto State and Marapong CRU highlight obstacles such as contractor inefficiencies, financial constraints, and community unrest. Despite this potential impact of these projects on the lives, it's immense, and we addressed these issues. Key challenges on the matters is that on April 2024, audit highlighted issues at Alto State and Marapong CRU, which aim to meet the demand for affordable housing. However, insufficient contractor capacity, community frustration over local benefits, funding gaps, and vandalism are delaying this essential project. These issues require immediate and collective action to avoid leaving communities frustrated and underserved. In response, Coxstar has crafted an action plan to accelerate project completion, enhance oversight, improve community engagement. The update is as follows. The construction has progressed to all 150 blocks with 140 roofed and 484 units in finishing stages. From an allocated budget of 306 million, 253 million has been used and an additional 62 million was approved to meet the rising cost. We aim for a project completion by the end of the financial year through recent subcontractor stoppages, which may impact the timeline. In the Alto State, in collaboration with the Lipalale municipality, our department assessed the infrastructure and secured a land for 200 breaking new ground houses, addressing the housing need for Alto State residents. We expect construction to begin in the fourth quarter. Honorable Mkwili, I can confirm that the procurement for the construction or the contractor to construct the 200 houses have been appointed within the department. Our HSDG budget allocation is 892 million to build 4,555 housing units and servicing 5,312 sites and issue 1,460 title deeds. While this is substantial, projects like the Alto State require more resources, and we're engaging Treasury and other sources for the support for the resources. Coxstar remains committed to providing sustainable solutions to the challenges facing our infrastructure project. In addition to resource reallocation, we are implementing the following measures. Through the collaboration with the HDA and other stakeholders, we are conducting joint inspection on key projects. This ensures quality standards are upheld and that emerging issues are swiftly addressed. In response to the calls for local economic conclusions, we are examining the feasibility of 30% local beneficiation policy, which will ensure that local business and workers benefit more directly from this infrastructure project because they were the ones who were also delaying us. We are revising our project budgets to address inflation-related cost increases, securing additional funds where necessary and adjusting timelines to manage overruns and keep our projects on track. Litigation with contractors has been a major hindrance to the progress. Coxstar and HDA are working diligently to resolve these legal issues, reducing barriers to project completion and laying a foundation to prevent similar issues in the future. In conclusion, Honorable Chair and members, the journey to provide adequate, timely and sustainable housing and infrastructure to our communities is complex, but it is one we are determined to see through. The Consolidated Provincial Work Report provides a roadmap identifying the challenges we must overcome, but also showing us the way forward. Through the targeted intervention, increased accountability and deeper community engagement, we are committed to...
Makamu, you are 30 seconds beyond your time.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for the opportunity. I was left with one sentence. If I got another 30 seconds, I would have concluded, but I appreciate the time.
Thank you. The next speaker on the podium.
Honorable Chair, point of order.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I rise on Rule 59.3. Honorable Chair, we've just received now via email an amended speakers list. Rule 59.3 says, the list of speakers must be prepared by the Chief Whip after consultation with the chairperson of a relevant committee or the Provincial Whip. I am a Provincial Whip and I have not been consulted, and none of these Provincial Whips have been consulted. Somebody is covering their tracks, and I want to put this on record that this has happened during a plenary. Thank you.
The decision of the presiding officer in the House is not going to be recognized. The next person who's on the podium now.
Can you please rule, Chair? I'll raise an objection.
I made a ruling 20 years ago.
This is a separate issue. It's a totally separate issue.
No, it is the same. We are still actually it's wrong what you are doing.
You changed the list.
No,
Honorable Chair.
actually, it's wrong what you are doing. Actually, we cannot debate this thing here.
Chair, you are breaking the rules of this house.
Honorable Pardon Host, let's fix this thing once and for all.
You can remove me out of this house, but I'm standing on the rules of this house. And you are breaking those rules.
Pardon Host,
Honorable Chair.
actually even raised your presence in the presidium that you are not even needed there, because if there was an issue with the provincial delegation of the KZN, the provincial whip was the one who was supposed to have been there. That's why I raised it there.
The secretary said he must be allowed to vote today.
What I'm saying now, I've made a ruling with that. Package that with when we are going to raise the other.
You're breaking the rules.
The same issue on the speaker's district.
I'm on record.
Honorable Chair.
Breaking the rules.
Honorable, sorry, I've made a ruling around this issue. On what are you raising, Honorable Chief Whip?
Chair, of course, I respect the rule in terms of the precedence. Once the presiding officer has ruled, I will raise. But I needed to clarify the house something because we need to inform Honorable Badenhorst, and I suspect that is the reason why the provincial whip of the KwaZulu-Natal delegation is quiet. Initially, in terms of the rule, in terms of section in terms of the constitution, the delegates are governed by Rule 66, Rule 62, 1, and also participation in terms of Rule 66, 1 and 2. So now the special delegates of KwaZulu-Natal is for 2 MKP, 1 ANC, 1 IFP. Initially, Honorable MEC was part, but once the ANC and MKP took their position, Mayor could no longer be part. And what is important is that this is a matter for the provincial government unity of KwaZulu-Natal. And I suspect Honorable Badenhorst is being disingenuous in the sense that ANC and MKP have taken their seat and they are refusing to allow DA a seat. Thank you.
No,
Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable.
Honorable Chair, I must insist.
Yeah.
I am not. So the issue at hand
On
is
what-
not.
On what rule are you raised?
I'm rising on Rule 59.
Yes.
Honorable Chair.
Let's give Honorable Badenhorst the
We
chance
are
to
not.
raise his point of
We
order.
are not at the moment debating who should be allowed and who should not be allowed. We are debating, and my objection is concerning a speaker's list, an official document sent out by Parliament to all the members of this House, before the sitting, containing all the speakers of today's plenary. So, on that list, number 11 was Mr. Martin Meyer, the MEC for Public Works in KwaZulu-Natal. And the rules state clearly, the officer presiding must call delegates in accordance with a list of speakers for the debate and the time allocated for speeches. So what has happened now? You have now realized the person who's driving this, the administrator who is driving this, has now realized he's made a mistake because that person's name should not have been on that list. So he's now sent us a new list. But you cannot send a new list without consulting the provincial whips. The rules say that in point number 3.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Badenhorst. The point of order you are raising is not sustained because I've already made a ruling around that. Please, as you are going to raise it, as you said that you are going to raise it where it's supposed to be, please package it together and take it where it's supposed to go to. I'm no longer going to entertain this. I'm no longer going to entertain this issue again. The next person on the podium, the next person on the podium is Honorable Billy from KZN. Honorable members, please give him, all right, Honorable Pili. The House, honorable delegates, honorable delegates, honorable delegates, and honorable minister, please let us not co-chair this session. There's only one chairperson of the session. He's on here on the seat. Man, please. So before Honorable Pili can articulate his reiteration on the issue of this issue of infrastructure, I'd really like to request the members of the Select Committee on Appropriation to be able to leave the House to go and attend the presentation of the National Treasury on DRORA. You have been given leave by the Chief Whip of the Council. If you are not debating, if you are not on the speaker's list, the members of Select Committee of Appropriation can leave the House quietly so, please. Honorable, over to you, Honorable Pili.
You are out of order, Honorable Modis. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to yourself, to the Deputy Chairperson of the House, the members of the Executive, ministers and MECs who are present here today. Today I rise in this House to contribute to this important topic, confronting the challenges facing the timely delivery of viable public infrastructure to communities in our country. Fellow South Africans, we deal with this topic at a very crucial time when our nation has just gone through a historic moment, an event that saw the end of a single party rule, the ANC, an event that saw the birth of a new hope, a collective government of national unity comprised of various political parties. Today I speak with so much positivity and hope. I'm inspired and touched by the recently released employment statistics, which saw some significant improvement or decline in unemployment, particularly in the construction sector, which we discussed today. Honorable members, many of these improvements seen, the largest contributor is the construction sector. Within just 4 months, honorable members, that Minister Dean McPherson of the Democratic Alliance took the ropes in the Department of Public Works, that we are seeing these improvements. Immediately after he was appointed minister, he vowed and repeatedly called for South Africa to be turned into a construction site so that we can create jobs and opportunities for our people. In the great spirit of GNU, the President Cyril Ramaphosa, immediately vowed and supported Minister McPherson's call of turning our country into a construction site, because he too understood the importance of this call and he supported Minister McPherson. It is therefore by no coincidence that we are slowly seeing improvement in this sector. We must commend the Minister and the President for these results. This is an example of what happens when we work together, focused on what is truly best for our country and for our people. Chairperson, still, with this gradual progress we are seeing in the construction sector, government in all levels has got an inescapable responsibility to lead the fight against those who are hell-bent on compromising both public and private infrastructure construction projects in our country. Construction mafias, corruption, incompetent contractors, and a working criminal justice must remain a key priority area for the government to fix so that we can get going. We must get law-abiding citizens on board, provide opportunities where it is possible, and insist on delivery of quality projects in our communities. The NCOP Provincial Week has shown all of us here that corruption, poor planning, and appointment of incompetent contractors is a massive contributor towards failed government infrastructure projects in our country. Municipalities, government departments, municipal managers heads of departments, even junior officials, clerks, must decide whether they want to be on our side, the side of building South Africa, or they want to be on the side of breaking South Africa. Corruption must be dealt with decisively. During the provincial week, all of us went back to our respective provinces as members of this House to engage directly with our provincial and municipal leaders and assess the failures depriving our people. In this case, to assess the failed government project. Among some of the failed government projects that we visited in province of KwaZulu-Natal, for example, with the intention of getting it understanding of what's going on, is the 8 billion eThekwini Go Durban bus project, which commenced on the 1st of June 2019 and was anticipated to be completed by the 29th of January 2025. However, there's been a lack of consensus between the municipality and the taxi industry, and through this important undertaking in the province, we managed to get an undertaking from the mayor of eThekwini that this matter will receive urgent attention so that our people can be able to get affordable transport. And through the mayor, he will be reporting to this House and through the relevant committee on what he's doing to resolve this matter. In this instance, during that oversight, the mayor took and made those undertakings and agreed to provide updates. Also visited the Kennedy Road housing project, which is meant to also benefit our people. Also, that project, Chairperson, has been delayed because an incompetent contractor was appointed and the people have been deprived. It's a 54 million project. Menzi High School, another project we visited, which aims to provide a new modern upgraded school and sufficient space to accommodate teachers and learners, a contract of about 37 million, was also stalled because construction mafias interfered there and it could not continue. In that case, also, we managed to get the department to make an undertaking and ensure that there is work being done there so that our people can benefit from that project. In the Eastern Cape, the same Insomo wastewater project started in 2018 and was supposed to have been completed in 2022. This project was an upgrade of the Tsomo wastewater. And again, the same thing, Chairperson, an incompetent contractor was appointed, and this is a 96 million project. Stopped because an incompetent contractor was appointed. Chairperson, infrastructure development remains a crucial need in our country. It is a priority for our country, and for this to thrive, we must take decisive action against corruption and criminals masquerading as business people. We must ensure that legitimate people looking for opportunities are afforded such opportunities, and it is made easier for them to get such opportunities. We work together with the national government, provincial government, and municipalities so that there could be some form of an alignment. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Phoenix. The next speaker on the platform is Honorable Van den Berg, Northern Cape. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. This past provincial week focused on incomplete, delayed, and abandoned projects, and there were many. Reasons varied from disputes with contractors, delayed payments, funding constraints, corruption, and mafias. We all know the reasons. Maar, toe ek as kind in ons huis nie by my skoolwerk uitgekom het nie, het my moeder vir my gesê, jy het te veel hooi op jou vurk. As eerste argument kan ek dan aanvoer dat ons sit met onvoltooide projekte omdat daar te veel hooi op die vurk gelaai was. Met elke verkiesing en elke toespraak het politici meer en groter beloftes gemaak. Tot op die punt waar die kameel se rug nou besig is om te breek. Ook, Netwerk 24 rapporteer net gister dat slegs 23% van Checker 6060 se 7000 motorfietsdrywers Suid-Afrikaners is. Ondanks die werkloosheidssyfer wat baie hoog is, wil Suid-Afrikaners nie vir checkers werk nie. Dit is 5000 salarisse wat verlore gaan. Checkers sê dat hulle baie goed betaal, maar dat die Suid-Afrikaanse werknemers nie hierdie werk beskou as iets wat hulle wil doen nie. Oorgeset synde, in baie plattelandse dorpe is die grootste onderneming en bron van inkomste nou die dorp se SASSA kantoor. So, in 'n land waar die bruto binnelandse produk eenvoudig nie styg nie, met as gevolg van 'n stygings in werkloosheid en die reële staatsinkomste wat jaarliks minder word, klim die aanwassyfer heel gemoedelik en 'n subsidie of toelaag maak dit net soveel makliker om nog kinders te hê. Die populasie aanwas plaas dan weer meer druk op infrastruktuur. Die land het sodoende verval in 'n onoplosbare spiraal wat net weier en weier uitkring. By die plaaslike regering waar ek van tevore 'n raadslid was ek geskok om te sien dat die oorgrote meerderheid van die raadslede in hul ledeverklarings aangedui het dat hulle 'n direkteur van een of ander rakmaatskappy was. Waarom is dit so? Voorsitter, ons kom uit 'n era waar elke tweede kader sy vinger in een of ander projek wou druk. En nou sit ons met die vrot eiers van hierdie projekte. It seems that the chickens have now come home to roost. We have reached a gridlock, and we should be careful not to make more promises before we can clear some of this backlog. Just this week, somebody spoke of legacy projects. A legacy is something you leave to your children, and yet, here we sit in the 7th Parliament, and we are faced with a legacy that we will probably not be able to fix before this term is over. Honourable Chair and members of this House, on page 4 of our 2024 Provincial Week Report, I found a very important paragraph, and I quote, "As part of their recommendations, the delegates requested remedial action, detailed time-bound reports, and responses to questions asked on sites. Where criminality was suspected, there was a call for the matters to be brought to the attention of law enforcement agencies. The need for proper investigations to identify administrative lapses and negligence. Collusion with criminal elements was highlighted with a view to enforce consequence management mechanisms. Chair, I call for a proper definition of the term consequence management with clear procedures and outcomes attached to it, and for even more attention to law enforcement so that we can bring these people to book. Kom ons raak ontslaaf van die vrot eiers, werk bietjie harder en maak klaar wat ons begin het, maar kom ons hou ook op om ons kinders se toekoms so te verkoos met begrotings wat van ander plekke as die staatskas befonds moet word. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Badenhorst. The next speaker on the podium is going to be the Deputy Minister of COGTA, Honorable Massimo. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Words of greetings to Chairperson and Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Ministers and Deputy Ministers present here this afternoon, Executive Mayors and Mayors of our municipalities throughout the country, Your Majesties, Royal Kingdoms of our people, traditional and quiescent leaders of the South African communities, MECs present, esteemed guests, fellow South Africans. It's an honor and a privilege for me, on behalf of the South African people, to be here in this August House this afternoon to participate in the debate on the NCOP Focus Week report. Firstly, may this House note the apology of our Honourable Minister Hlabisa, who cannot be in this August House today due to competing official commitments in the National Assembly. We're meeting here today to debate the report of the NCOP Provincial Focus Week based on the theme confronting the challenges facing the timely delivery of viable public infrastructure to our communities. Importantly, Chairperson, we acknowledge that there is a growing concern about the state of infrastructure nationwide across all spheres of government and about our municipalities in particular, a matter of concern caused by many varying factors that are receiving our attention going forward. Development and maintenance of infrastructure, Chairperson, in municipalities, it's important because it enables provision of services and facilitates socio-economic development of our communities. Given the proximity of this sphere of government to communities in the country, it remains an appropriate platform to ensure provision of essential services and facilities based on infrastructure requirements. Hence, municipalities should have the engineering and technical capacities required to plan, prioritize, implement projects to positively impact the lives of their communities. In the course of rolling out massive infrastructure investment in our municipalities, the reality is that much of the infrastructure in many areas across our country is aging and requires repairs and replacements. Old roads, bridges, water systems, and public buildings and facilities often require significant maintenance, of which the expenditure related thereto compete with the need for new infrastructure, a matter of difficulty given the fiscal constraints. As government, we are often faced with funding constraints and budget limitations, despite the need to finance infrastructure development in many parts of our country demanded by our communities. However, based on the findings of the NCOP report as articulated very succinctly, we should, without failure as government in this department, in particular, together with our municipalities, ensure that we respond and attend to the recommendations raised in the report. The 2024 NCOP Focus Provincial Week report on delivery of public infrastructure across South Africa is very helpful, for it gives us a clear picture on the state of infrastructure in all municipalities throughout the country. As such, we do agree that in addressing these challenges would require an improved project management, financial support, engineering and technical capabilities, focused management, community engagement, intergovernmental collaboration, and effective oversight, amongst others. All these issues we are preoccupied with to perfect systems and address the gridlocks and bottlenecks hindering delivery of services. I would like to appreciate the good work that has been done by the NCOP in articulating its findings contained in the consolidated report that is under consideration. It is this type of work, Honorable Chairperson, that occasions us collectively to remain focused on our course to deliver on our mandate and strengthen systems of governance and management at the local government level. Infrastructure availability that is in good conditions facilitate and strengthens our metros and cities as engines of economic activities and would help us to advance the objectives as contained in the macroeconomic development strategy of the country, informed by a national development plan, and work very hard towards realizing the macroeconomic stability of our country required for growth and development so that we can be able to articulate and realize the key priorities as articulated by the 7th administration, led by the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of this country, President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa. In this regard, we fully agree with the report on the importance of infrastructure. This report, Honorable Chairperson, speaks to our collective responsibility to ensure effective, efficient, and functioning municipalities that continue to provide the much-needed development by our people. The findings compiled by honorable members of the NCOP who visited provinces during the month of September through site visits, briefings, and engagements with provincial and local government officials and our communities highlights key issues, challenges, and recommendations thereof, which will go a long way to ensure that this important sphere of government in our republic continues to serve our people with honesty and as well as diligence. Going through the report, Honorable Chairperson, it is clear that it provides a comprehensive overview of public infrastructure across provinces and points the need for urgent continuous attention. As indicated, areas that are affected by different conditions, not only limited to challenges on project sites, but also it includes capacity challenges of some contractors, a matter of concern that is receiving our attention because it does affect the speed with which we're supposed to implement these projects. Honorable Chairperson, The discussion about infrastructure cannot continue without remembering what the people of Hammanskraal in Gauteng province went through and are experiencing at the moment as a result of falling infrastructure and elsewhere. As a result of some municipal officials at that particular point in time who were not very responsible enough and cooperative with the government of national unity and water affairs and ourselves to deal with these matters. We remain united in saying that such tragic events shall not have space in our democratic dispensation. Different situation obtaining in certain areas relating to governance and management challenges and poor maintenance of infrastructure account for such incidents. We have onerous responsibility and are determined to remedy those shortcomings in a sustainable manner through our concerted efforts collectively with the Department of Water Affairs and Sanitation. As part of our systematic response, we would and are ensuring the implementation of infrastructure plan straddling various municipalities, which includes putting in place water resilience action plan relating to watershed upgrades and restoration, water project storages, management of aquifer recharge, and groundwater banking. That constitute the foundation of bulk water supply and water waste treatment plants, infrastructure rehabilitation, and energy efficiencies intervention within the water and reticulation system, of course, as well as the sewer system. Chairperson, one of the Africa's revolutionary leaders, Amilcar Cabral, in this context, once said, open quotes, always remember that the people are not fighting for ideas nor for what is in man's mind. The people fight and accept that a sacrifice is demanded by the struggle in order to gain material advantage, to live better in peace, to benefit from social progress, and for the better future of their children. That national liberation, the struggle against colonialism, the construction of peace, progress, and independence are hollow words devoid of any significance unless they can be translated into a real improvement of their living condition, close quotes. In this context, therefore, Honorable Chairperson, guided by our developmental agenda, we remain committed to our development master plan for sustainable provision of services for people to meet their needs of the present moment without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs, as we will be bequeathing this government and its systems to future generations. It is in this context, Honorable Chairperson, that infrastructure enables its citizens to participate in the social and economic activities for their livelihood and provides them with the necessities such as food and as well as water. Infrastructure investments, Chairperson, is important and leads to economic growth and productivity, which tend to lead to increased efficiency, job creation, investment attraction, increased property values for municipalities to have a very good revenue base to raise money required for budgeting and therefore implementation of their integrated development plans. Municipal infrastructure, Chairperson, is central for stimulating economic growth and development. Hence, communities thrive where there is sustainable and reliable infrastructure that leads to quality services required by our communities. Chairperson, municipalities face various challenges that impede the delivery of services and infrastructure in many parts of the country. And these challenges are well contained in our local government strategic report on the state of local government. Some of these challenges are well articulated in the report of the Auditor General of South Africa, not only limited to the following: inadequate funding, short-term infrastructure planning, adoption of unfunded budgets, debt owed to ESCOM and water boards, repairs and maintenance of infrastructure challenges, grants performance not doing very well in terms of implementation expenditure by some of our municipalities, procurement challenges, debt owed to municipalities by government departments, consumer debts to municipalities, inadequate coordination, integration, and alignment between spheres of government. Be that as it may, as government, we are very conscious of these challenges, hence the need for targeted support by provincial and national government to improve infrastructure development through capacity development to build a pipeline of technical skills in local government sphere, identification of catalytic projects that will contribute towards economic growth and as well as development, identification of alternative infrastructure funding mechanisms for projects, planning and implementation of projects that stimulate growth and create employment. Chairperson, strategic partnerships are critical to accelerate the development of municipal infrastructure to deal with issues of delivery of services. The department has introduced very serious reforms on matters of MIG management to ensure that municipalities are able to access these resources to deal with their issues very closely in a manner that it will enable them to lead their own communities and meet their own demands. Chairperson, to meet the infrastructure demands of the country, the department will continue to ensure efficient management of key grants relating to MIG, IUDG, MSIG, and integrated urban development grant, so that our municipalities, together with metros and rural municipalities, can be able to utilize all these resources for their own development. It is important to place it on record, Honorable Chairperson, that in the country annually, through this department, government spends almost 130 billion rands in allocation to 257 municipalities. 100 billion rands in equitable share, 17 billion rands for MIG, 12 billion rands for USDG, and 1 billion rands for IUDG. The government of South Africa has long recognized infrastructure as being essential for economic growth and as well as development, hence the extension of infrastructure based on these allocations to our municipalities, for them to be able to perform their serious responsibilities based on these resources that have been given to all of them without any failure, so that they can be able to perform their responsibilities going forward. This practice, Honorable Chairperson, has led to our municipalities to be able to make sure that they utilize all what they have in the interest of development and taking forward our people. Where expenditure is not properly done, with possibilities of losing money, we are regazetting these allocations to local municipalities, redirecting them to their districts so that they can be saved and not be lost, because loss of those monies will mean regression and diversion of developmental agenda for those intended communities. As I conclude, Chairperson, it is important that I talk about the gazetted standard bylaw for townships and village economies. This is a matter of national importance that has occupied a national narrative as we speak. This bill, or this bylaw, to say, is geared to empower municipalities in regulating and ensuring compliance and restore rule of law and order on matters of local businesses, spaza shops to be more in particular. This will ensure municipalities focus on licensing, permitting, restriction of businesses, and make sure that there's quality food sold in those food outlets for proper use and consumption by our communities. What we have gone through in the past few days must never repeat itself, and working together with the entirety of government and law enforcement agencies, we're going to be on the ground in all townships of our people, informal settlements and villages and suburban areas of our country, to make sure that this law is realized, is observed, and there is no citizen in this country who do not meet the requirements of the national identity management policies of our government will have an opportunity to occupy those business spaces. With these few words, would like to move, and we also support that the report as presented be accepted. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Matsemula. The next speaker on the podium is going to be Honorable Mulapisi, the MEC for Kokna and Human Settlement in the Northwest. Over to you, MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me acknowledge the presence of the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the Deputy Chief Whip, the Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers present, Honorable Members, MECs, distinguished guests, Regele Dumedis, Ntwe Tlotlegang. Modulasetulo ra itumela go retsa karolo mo dingangisanong tsa pegelo e beilweng fa ebile ra ya mogela jaaka pegelo e leng gore ile ya nna teng ka letsatsi la di 16 go fitlhela ka di 20 tsa September re tlhaloganya gore molaotheo wa rona o fa NCOP maatla a gore e bege ebile e emele e mo dikgatlegong tsa di province mo bosetšhabeng. Ketelo e re kgontshitse gore re kgone go ikarabella ebile re bue ka dilo tota tse leng gore ke mafaratlhatlha ene tse leng gore ke matshwenyego a rona mo provinceng. Segolo bogolo e tlhagisa tse leng gore di tlhola gore ditirelo di ske di a ya ko bathong mme gape le diprojeke tse leng gore di saletse ko morago le tseo tse leng gore ga ise di felle. Honorable Chair of the session, at the center of the stagnant economy and a stubbornly highly unemployed rate is the failure or lack of key infrastructure delivery program. This is evident in the recent release of the quarterly labor forces survey, Q3 for 2024, which indicates that the official unemployment rate decreased to 32.1%, down from 33.5% in the previous quarter. The number of the employed people increased by 294,000 to 16.9 million. Whilst the number of the unemployed people decreased by 373 to 8 million. According to the result, the largest increase in the employment was observed in, among others, the province of the Eastern Cape at 83,000, Northwest at 69,000, and Mpumalanga standing at 49,000. A key derivative from the QLFS Q3 outcome is that the increase in the employment numbers is as a result of a significant growth in community and social service trade and construction sector, respectively, as it has been said in the discussion. Thus, this debate comes at a crucial time to consider timely delivery of infrastructure as fundamental for economic growth. The Auditor General of South Africa correctly pointed out that failures of infrastructure delivery are due to these issues which have been raised previously and required urgent attention by all of us. One, the inadequate needs assessment and project planning, which must be attended by our officials. The contractors appointed and cannot perform the work allocated or given to them. Ineffective monitoring of project milestone and quality of work done. Failure in intergovernmental coordination and collaboration. Underperformance actors without the consequences, and contractor not being paid on time or sometimes being overpaid. These reasons are glaring in the report table this morning following the NCOP Provincial Week. Therefore, Honorable Chair, as we debate, we need to consider that which can be solution to create an ideal landscape for infrastructure delivery to thrive. Honorable Chairperson, to respond to the failure of collaborative efforts by all spheres of government, the province of the Northwest initiated the Accelerated Service Delivery Program, or every Friday. Speaking at the launch of the third phase of the Accelerated Service Delivery Program, the Deputy President, Honorable Mashatile, said, Enegamonopola. Jaaka mmuso o etelwang pele ke ANC re tshwanela ke go leboga ditirelo tse di fitlhelwang le go akaretsa botlhe batho ba rona. Go simolola ka ngwaga wa 1994 re tshotse maikarabelo a go baya kwa setlhoeng le go kaya dithebolelo ya ditirelo jaaka ditshwanelo tsa batho. Re tsaya dikgato go tlosa maparego le go sa lekalekane mo go fitlheleleng ditirelo tse di botlhokwa go batho ba rona, close quote. We want to report to this August House that the program has entered its fifth phase, hosted across various district and local municipalities bi-weekly. Through this service delivery program, we address blocked and incomplete project, patch pothole, fixing of street lights, and hand over title deeds, play oversight on existing project, hand over complete project, and attend to infrastructure and water and sanitation projects. In line with the report of the NCOP, the Office of the Premier, through the Chief Directorate for Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, will be including the NCOP visited project in the overall project monitoring program and follow up on the implementation of the NCOP recommendation accordingly. This is the commitment that we are making as the province. On the other hand, the Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs, COGSTA, has within 100 days met all the contractors and developers responsible for housing projects. The meeting aimed at addressing challenges of delays and responding to the impact of budget cuts, which saw several contractors leaving sites. We are hopeful that this engagement will be on the same page with all affected contractors and developers. Our interventions, such as the latest introduction of 5 contractors for the 1,500 BNG units at Ching Extension 10 in Ventersdorp JB Max Municipality, demonstrate that we are serious about housing delivery backlogs and committed to delivering quality houses and restoring the dignity of our people. The NCOP also expressed disappointment with the lack of accountability by some of our municipalities concerning the status of water projects and other infrastructure. We must take this opportunity, Honorable Chair, to appraise the House that through a joint program between COGSTA and the Provincial Treasury, we are addressing this concern and confident that after we completed the municipal roadshow program, which we have embarked, we will have moved considerably to achieving an ideal municipality across the province. The municipal roadshow program focused on the fundamental pillars of the municipal performance assessment tool, which address all the 6 pillars. Currently, where we are to date, we have met over 70% of our municipality, with a few municipalities to be visited in the district of Nakamudiri Molema and to complete the ones in Sekgomotsi Mompati. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, the honorable members were also able to give us advice on practices wherein other municipalities have tackled similar challenges in other parts of the country, as well as other possible solutions as benchmark that could be used for best practices. All these are well captured in the NCOP Provincial Report of the 20th September 2024. Let us assure you that all these are well received and are taken very seriously. We have already developed plans of action for some of the concerns that have been raised. In the words of President Cyril Ramaphosa, and I quote, "Our struggle against was not only a struggle for liberation from racial oppression, it was also a struggle for a better life for all, for a life of dignity and economic opportunity." Close quote. I want to assure this House that we will bring on board all spheres of government to achieve the required changes in our infrastructure plans, budgeting and delivery of projects. Working together, Honorable Chair, will leave no one behind, and we want to thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Lapisi. The next speaker on the podium is going to be Honorable Tomo, who is on the visual platform. MEC for Public Works, Roads and Transport.
Now, thanks a lot, Chair. Let me take this opportunity to greet yourself and greet the ministers who are part of this session, greet the MECs in the different platforms in the meeting, and also greet the esteemed members of the National Council of Provinces, distinguished guests. Honorable Chairperson, it is truly an honor to stand before this House today as we engage in a meaningful deliberations, building on the insights gained from the NCOP Provincial Week visit to the Chabashi municipality in our province. This visit, which took place from the 16th to the 20th of September 2024, was framed around the theme, and I quote, "Confronting the challenges facing the timely delivery of viable public infrastructure to communities," unquote. We are here today to continue the conversation, share progress, and build upon the recommendations and findings from the visit. As the esteemed African scholar, Professor Thande Kamkhandawere once said, and I quote, "Development is not just about building roads, but about building institutions, trust, and a vision for the future," unquote. The observation speaks directly to the heart of our efforts. Honorable Chairperson and members, it is through the building of critical infrastructure and the strategic deployment of resources that we are not only addressing the present challenges, but also unlocking the potential of our people. The strides being made by our government in Thaba-Cheu in terms of infrastructure development serves as a testimony to this vision. We are indeed creating the necessary conditions to catalyze sustainable development and ensure that our communities are equipped to thrive. As we reflect on the discussion from the 2024 NCOP Provincial Week, it is clear that the delivery of viable public infrastructure is not just a matter of constructing physical structures, but about empowering communities, unlocking opportunities, and ensuring that the benefits of developments are shared by all. In Mpumalanga, we are not only addressing the challenges of timely and sustainable infrastructure development, but we are turning these challenges into opportunities to uplift our people. With the valuable recommendations from the visit, we are more determined than ever to deliver infrastructure that will support a brighter, more inclusive future for every resident in our province. In our province, we are seeing tangible steps forward in addressing the infrastructure challenges that have hindered the completion of our project. The Department of Public Works, Roads and Transport is spearheading these efforts with a focus on practical long-term solutions. In the 2024-2025 financial year alone, the department is set to complete 260 projects, a strong testament to the commitment to public infrastructure development. Of these, 78 are in planning and design, and 182 are already under construction. This significant progress is a reflection of the province's determination to improve public infrastructure, especially public amenities such as health facilities, schools, roads, and transport systems, recognizing that these are the bedrock of social and economic development. Honorable Chairperson, a notable achievement of the Department of Public Works, Roads and Transport in Mpumalanga is its zero project abandonment rate over the past few years. This is no small feat. It speaks to effective project management, strong governance, and most importantly, a commitment to seeing things through. However, we do not ignore the challenges, Honorable Chair. Delays due to budget constraints, contractors' incompetency, community unrest, and criminal activities, such as construction mafia interference, have been obstacles we continue to address. I would like to assure this House, Honorable Chairperson, that our provincial government is actively tackling these challenges through strengthening governance structures. The Joint Operation Committee, Payment Committee, and Infrastructure Cluster are working tirelessly to ensure that projects are delivered on time, within budget, and to the highest standard. Equally exciting is the growing partnership between our provincial government and mining houses in the province. This partnership have the potential to improve our road infrastructure network. The mining sector, which has historically been a cornerstone of Mpumalanga's economy, will now play a pivotal role in strengthening the province's road infrastructure network, with collaboration taking place in the rehabilitation and upgrading of the road R557 between Mashishing and Rosenekal within Thaba-Cheu local municipality. Honorable Chairperson, this is a prime example of how strategic partnership can accelerate development and provide the much needed resources to address the infrastructure backlog. Moreover, we are taking proactive steps to secure funding for infrastructure programs by presenting bankable infrastructure proposal to Infrastructure South Africa. We are positioning Mpumalanga to access much needed funding, enabling the realization of critical infrastructure projects. This is a forward-looking approach that demonstrates our commitment to both short-term impact and long-term sustainability. Turning to Thaba-Cheu local municipality, Honorable Chair, their visit yielded constructive recommendations that are pivotal to the continued progress of the municipality. Among the key recommendations was the call to strengthen enforcement measures against illegal tampering with municipal infrastructure, and theft issues that continue to undermine service delivery. These recommendations align with ongoing efforts to protect municipal assets and ensure that services are delivered in secure and sustainable manner. Honorable Chairperson and members, indeed, the outstanding debt to ESCOM was highlighted as a critical issue for the municipality. We must commend the municipality, however, for the swift and proactive measures it has already put in place to address this matter with agency. It is encouraging to see steps being taken, and we must continue to support the municipality in its effort to manage its finances prudently. There is a renewed commitment to adhere to the payment plan with a strong focus on ensuring that no compromises are made in meeting their financial obligations. Honorable Chairperson and members, the progress we have made in infrastructure delivery is not without its challenges. Yet it is the very nature of our challenges that drives us to work even more harder and committed. Through our initiatives, we are seeing a fundamental shift towards a future where infrastructure delivery is not just a promise, but a reality, and community can take ownership of their development. Honorable Chair and members, the Tabacheu local municipality is well serviced by a network of healthcare facilities, including 3 hospitals, Leightonburg, Sebi, and Matibiti, along with Ideal Community Health Care Center, and 9 clinics, ensuring that the community has access to essential health services. With the hospital infrastructure in need of revitalization through the corporate social investment of Dwas River Chrome Mine, key improvements have been made, including the renovation of the maternity ward, installation of the perimeter fence, and paving of the hospital driveway to ensure smoother access for ambulances. Recognizing the need for further upgrades, the Department of Health has included the revitalization of Leightonburg Hospital in its infrastructure plan. Honorable Chairperson and members, these are among the many initiatives being undertaken by our government to drive forward infrastructure delivery across the province. The NCOP Provincial Week visit was truly profound, and the recommendations provided will be instrumental in ensuring that our provincial government and municipalities successfully addresses the challenges facing timely projects completion and the improvement of critical public facilities. Key projects such as Leightonburg Hospital, the Mashishing Sewage Plant Phase 1B, the Mashishing Sewage Spillage Site, and Tabacheu Boarding School are all part of our ongoing efforts to enhance essential services to our communities. These projects, along with other infrastructure developments, are a clear indication of our commitment to improving the quality of life for our people through better healthcare and sanitation education facilities. In addition, the road infrastructure project visited during the NCOP Provincial Week are a reflection of our government's dedication to building and maintaining a reliable road network. The R36 project, the R540 project, and the R37 road project, which Sunrise is conducting a routine maintenance on, are just few examples of the significant investment being made to modernize our provincial infrastructure. Honorable Chairperson, we also note the key areas for consideration and the important recommendations from the NCOP visit. The oversight provided through the Provincial Week has been crucial in strengthening our resolve to ensure that projects are completed on time, within the budget, and to the highest standard. It has enhanced our commitment to driving forward our infrastructure agenda, ensuring that our province's development continues at steady and sustainable pace. In conclusion, Chair, I would like to leave you with the words of Nelson Mandela, who once said, I quote, "It always seems impossible until it's done," unquote. While this quote may seem simple, it holds a profound truth that resonates deeply with our work in delivering public infrastructure. The challenges we face in building critical infrastructure often seem daunting, but it is only through perseverance and determination that we will overcome these hurdles and deliver our commitment. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ndabezitha. The next honorable member to be on the platform is Honorable Vessels from the Western Cape, Chairperson, Standing Committee on Infrastructure. Welcome, sir.
Chair, can you please address the issue of the aircon? It's out of order now,
What's
please.
wrong?
No, we can't take it anymore. The aircon. Yeah, please.
Can the service providers please deal with that issue. Over to you, Honorable Vessels. Over to you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Honourable Speaker, Ministers and fellow members. Today I stand before you to speak on a transformative moment for the Western Cape, a milestone that underscores what can be achieved when leadership, determination, and a commitment to serve come together. I am proud to announce that the DA-led Western Cape has achieved a remarkable feat. We have officially reduced unemployment in the province to below 20%, making the province a beacon of hope in a country that continues to struggle with high joblessness. The achievement is a testament to a government that prioritizes effective governance, sustainable job creation, and dignity of its people. At the forefront of this success is the infrastructure sector, which has emerged as the Western Cape's most significant job creator, boosting an impressive 20% increase in employment. Infrastructure, of course, is not just about building structures. It is about building futures, connecting communities, and opening pathways for economic empowerment. The work done in this sector is a direct investment into our people's livelihoods and the pillar upon which we are building a brighter future for all the residents in this province. Why is this achievement so important? It is important because it was accomplished in the face of relentless challenges. The Western Cape has not been immune to the struggles facing South Africa. In fact, we have been uniquely affected by issues such as unlawful occupation of land and pressures of outdated legislation. One of these examples is the Prevention of the Illegal Eviction Act, or PI Act. Originally intended to protect vulnerable residents, the Act inadvertently created loopholes that jeopardize housing developments across the Western Cape, with projects over 1 billion rand now at risk. The PI Act was designed to effect Section 26(3) of the Constitution, which protects individuals from arbitrary eviction. However, landmark rulings have further complicated its implementation, creating a system where courts must consider substantive defenses put forward by illegal occupiers. This means that even those engaging in organized large-scale land invasion can delay or even prevent eviction. The current wording of the PI Act allows for broad interpretations that often protect individuals involved in illegal activities, making it difficult for municipalities to take swift action on the safeguard of land designated for housing for essential development. To put it into perspective, despite the dedicated efforts by the City of Cape Town, provincial officials, and community-based watch groups, over 200,000 unlawful structures have been prevented. However, the scale of the problem remains daunting, with over 69,000 unlawful structures still being erected. This is not only a matter of land security, but also security, but as the South African Police Service remains critically under-resourced. Municipalities are left to shoulder additional responsibilities in areas where law enforcement capability is limited, compromising the strain on already stretched municipal resources. The issue of unlawful land occupation has evolved. We now face highly coordinated, well-organized effort to seize land illegally. These occupations occur on such a large scale that they are designed specifically to overwhelm law enforcement and local authorities, making the prevention almost impossible under the current laws. It is not only a violation to the property rights, but a direct threat to our capacity to deliver critical service and housing to those who need it most. Honourable members, as we reflect on the statistics, one thing is undeniable. The Western Cape's public services and quality of life are attracting a growing number of people. The province is currently the fastest growing province in South Africa, which speaks volumes about our work to uplift communities and fosters opportunities. But it also brings its challenges. Our housing waiting list, particularly the one of City of Cape Town, far exceeds the capacity of developers, leaving countless families in the need of a stable, dignified housing. We must call for increased funding from the Social Housing Regulatory Authority, or SHRA, to match the province's population growth and ease the housing backlog. Our ward councillors, community leaders, and residents have been invaluable partners in reporting illegal activity and safeguarding land, but collaboration alone will not suffice. The time has come to prioritize legislation that introduce meaningful consequences to those who coordinate and orchestrate land invasions. We must shift from merely reacting to illegal occupations to actively deterring them. This is why we need action from national government to amend the PI Act as a matter of urgency. The Western Cape government believes that it is essential to criminalize the incitement of and organization of illegal unlawful occupations. Additionally, we must expand the criteria considered by the courts when reviewing eviction applications. By tightening these laws, we can provide municipalities with the authority to enforce the law while also protecting the rights of legitimate residents and preserving land earmarked for the development. Speaker, we are not just talking about structures and regulations here. We are talking about lives. We are talking about thousands of Western Cape residents who are currently waiting for housing opportunities, who are counting on us to protect the projects that will deliver those opportunities. Since 2019, this province has created over 44,000 housing opportunities, each one representing a family whose future is now more secure. But we cannot allow our progress to be undermined by loopholes and outdated legislation. Amending the PI Act will accelerate the project timelines, increasing the housing output, and ultimately contribute to job creation, which remains one of our top priorities. Speaker, it is often said that a society is judged by how it treats the most vulnerable. In the Western Cape, we take this to heart. We have been relentless in our pursuit of a province that works for all who call it home. We believe that every person has the right to a safe, secure housing, and that every community deserves to thrive. That is why we are taking the necessary steps to protect public land, to improve infrastructure, and ensure that our province remains the place of opportunity for all. In closing, let me reiterate that the Democratic Alliance-led Western Cape is committed to serving its people and securing a prosperous future for all. We have proven that good governance, dedicated leadership can deliver real change. But to sustain this progress, we need the support of the national government to reform legal frameworks that is holding us back. We are asking this not for ourselves, but for the residents of this province, for the families on the housing waiting list, for the job seekers benefiting from infrastructure projects, and for every person who believes in the potential of this great province. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Vessels. The next speaker on the podium will be the Minister. Aye. Honorable Mananiso and Mukai, please. The next speaker on the platform is going to be Honorable Machotina, the Minister for Water and Sanitation. Over to you, Honor.
House Chair, thank you very much to the Chair of the NCOP on the virtual platform, the Deputy Chairperson present here, honorable members of the National Council of Provinces, ministers, deputy ministers, special delegates, designated members, by premiers, allow me to greet you this evening. When we are in the house, the watermaids, the water girl, the babes man's, sesingaphakathi. The Department of Water and Sanitation delivers national infrastructure and provides grants to municipalities to reduce the backlogs in the municipal infrastructure. Honorable Chair of the session, presiding officer, allow me to first welcome the report of the Provincial Week by the National Council of Provinces. The report raises a lot of issues. The report is very spot on. It raises the issue of infrastructure that get abandoned by contractors, the shabby work that is happening there, the lack of integrated services when it comes to infrastructure. It raises the issue of hijackings that happens during the construction phase, and that affects the local sphere of government. The national departments build infrastructure where municipalities are. I'm happy today that in this debate, the MECs, unfortunately, all of them are on a virtual platform. Because, you know, this house, the National Council of Provinces, represents provinces, and it should be provincial legislatures led by provincial cabinet who respect this house. This house is here to fight for provincial rights, provincial demands, provincial support. And I make a call through you, presiding officers, that let provincial government give NCOP the respect it deserves. Where is not gap? I'm raising that because when you talk infrastructure, you're talking development. And that type of development does not happen on a space. It happens in the municipalities. It happens where provincial government is supposed to take a lead. As far as internal challenges are concerned, when it comes to infrastructure, the key challenges are, we have to admit, lack of experience, lack of capacity, lack of skills, lack of engineering and managerial skills when projects are supposed to be delivered and be monitored accordingly. From national to local. You see, when people get employed through their CV may look very good, but the detail is in the eating of the pudding. When a person is put there to preside over the project, it's only then you could see that dololo, his skills are ziko. Ntoye uhe ere, utshwanetse bao ba hirwang, ba shejwe ka leihlo le ntjhotjho, ho tiisetswa hore mosebetsi ba itseng ba tla o etsa ba o etsa ka makgethe. Loko vanhu va ku nta ku endla leswi, ku laveka ku ri va swi kota ku swi endla leswi va ku va ta ku swi endla. Hi tirha ngaleyo ndlela. Kufuneka ke the implementing bodies, they are not supposed to be moved out of this because they are also lacking capacity at some levels. When implementing bodies are appointed at any level, we must check the track record. Buza umuntu Wena uze apha khawusibonise ithenda apho awuthendarishe khona wayiqala iproject wayigqiba iphi iproject. Show us the good work that you have done. That due diligence is not undertaken. And what happens? It cost government. I looked at the report of the NCOP. It says there were projects that were abandoned 3-4 times. There were projects that had to be demolished 2-3-4 times. And therefore the communities are left without the project. Then there is double and triple dipping of one project. It therefore means we must put our house in order as all 3 spheres of government. For instance, if there is planning for human settlement, as Umpepeto was saying here, you cannot have houses that are disconnected from road infrastructure, from water infrastructure, from sanitation. Our integrated planning, when we do development, we must work hand in glove. We must stop working in silos if we are to deliver good infrastructure for the economic growth of this country. Honorable members of this House, special delegates on the virtual platform, many departments and municipalities also are lacking in terms of project management capacity skills. There are also external challenges which impact on the delays of the projects. Those are part of unforeseen difficult ground conditions, unexpected high rainfall, the climate change. The other issues that our project get disrupted by people who are alleging to be representing the business forums or demanding to be allocated a portion of the project, which has become a widespread practice. And there are certain organizations that are guilty as charged. They are leading abantu okuthiwa ngamodela ngokubona. Kanti onivalela ejele nonke lo modela ngokubona. Because you are hijacking projects. Mpephethu anibhekanga ngakuwe. Angibhekanga wena nombutho wakho kodwa sengiyazikhulumela nje. Those people halt our projects. They kill for projects. There's a big project that we're busy with in Umkomazi. A big project that is going to augment water for eThekwini, Ugu, and other surrounding municipalities. The councillor had to die for that project to be there. It is so painful. When extortion is done, our officials are killed. Community leaders are killed. And that is lawlessness, and we are working with the Department of Police to ensure that all those, they face the might of law. Honorable Chair, there are 2 types of funding when it comes to our project. There are projects that are funded out of the Fiscal through the budget that was passed here, but it was not supported. It was not supported by EFF. Now, MK, but when zangu pasi budget, when shondaba zakho. Those budgets that are funded from the budget, we seek grant, we give repick. But there are other projects, mega projects, Eastern Cape Yomzimfubu. And other mega projects, the Lesotho Highlands, your Mzimvubu, your Crocodile River, those projects are called off budget. Off budget means as the department will plan, having surveyed the country and say these are the projects that we want, but they cannot be funded by Fiscal. We must therefore, through the TCTA, go out to financial markets to get money. But there are certain things that count when you go there. Political stability in the country. The issue of extortion. The issue of hijacking of buildings. All those things, they count when you go for a loan. You are told that you are not a safe country. It means we have to change the behavior and the mentality and the mindset so that we can be able to source external funding to fund this project and to have enough water supply for the country. I want to confirm here, Chair, through you, that South Africa, we have water. The balance of water is fine in the country. But as long as what members who are standing here saying, and those who are in the virtual platform, I'm happy that all MECs, without any exception, they are agreeing to water leaks. Non-revenue water is costing this country millions. But that non-revenue water is water that does not reach the communities that need water. People from the rural areas, they don't get water. Go to certain dams. But what is lacking is reticulation. Tina, we can build a water resource, build a water treatment plant, but someone must connect that water to reach the communities. And our communities are not getting water. And that is very painful to abantu bakowethu abangawafumaniyo amanzi. Honorable Chair, andikhathile kule mizuzu akunakushiyeka 3 kanti bendina 15 because andilungisa iwash. We have to connect communities through integrated infrastructure to ensure that we develop our country. There are poor contractors that get appointed by municipalities when we give them WISIC grant, when we give them RIPIC grant. But those contractors are not terminated. For the why, I don't know. And we cannot, Tina, impose ourselves over municipalities. They are an independent sphere. Therefore, I call on you, MECs of local government, that prevail on your oversight on municipalities to ensure that when we have given them a grant, that grant must be used within a specific time because it is meant for a purpose. Honorable Chair, we have mega projects that are on pipeline. That side of NA I'm called Minister Omapiano because I have the beautiful dam state of the art. As namanza phuma kanje amapiano bethe kanje. Akhama spillway. Ashaya amapiano atamanzi. But when those dams are full, I release those spillways, but then water gets lost. The water is not supposed to walk on the street like me and you. But in South Africa, something very strange. The water, we walk with water, there's stroll and amounts. There's something wrong. If infrastructure here too is awuvuza. Hence in Gauteng, we had to put restriction level 1. To say, deal with your issues, otherwise you'll run out of water. Now, lawlessness. People block drawback water when they go and disconnect illegal connections. Because those illegal connections is water that has been stolen. However, those people deserve water. They deserve water, but nina, ababiza abantu nibafake unsurveyed land invasion, the next thing they want water. What they do, they will steal water. Let's work together to ensure that we preserve our infrastructure. Honorable Presiding Officer, as I finish, the dignity of houses must know no color. Western Cape, Mr. Vessels. The dignity of houses must know no color. The people of Kayali, Chakwananga, and Fulani Danon, they deserve better. They deserve better infrastructure. When you walk in the suburb of Cape Town, you must see the same thing that must happen in our townships. It is important, Honorable Bill, tell no lies, claim no easy victories. It is the president of this country who said, let's turn South Africa to a construction site. By the time Honorable Macpherson came, he plugged in something that was started by the president.
Thank you.
The government of national unity likhona ngaphakathi. Hey,
thank you.
Libanika abanye abantu awari man.
Honorable delegates, we must give the MEC of Limpopo, Honorable Rachweni, a chance to reiterate what they are doing there, up country. Over to you, MEC. Whether we want to be.
Yeah, thanks very much, Honorable Chair.
Honorable MEC, Honorable MEC, Honorable MEC, Honorable MEC, you can turn off your mic. We have seen that it is you, and then turn off your mic and then articulate.
Okay, no, thanks very much.
Not the mic, the video.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister on the platform, Honorable Members of Parliament and Members of Provincial Legislature, all protocol observed. On behalf of our Honorable Premier Dr. Popira Matuba, let me first take this opportunity and welcome the oversight work that has been done by the Honorable Members during the NCOP Provincial Week program in Limpopo. The visit was indeed not a political tour into the district of Waterberg, but a fact-finding mission aimed at gathering information on the positive service delivery strides the province is making, as well as zooming into service delivery challenges that are still persisting in some of our communities. Ladies and gentlemen, today we find ourselves at a crucial crossroads in South Africa's development, particularly in regions like Limpopo, where the delivery of public infrastructure plays a fundamental role in shaping the quality of life for its communities. However, the reality is that some areas still struggle with delayed infrastructure projects that affect the daily lives of millions. Whether it's roads that remain unfinished, schools lacking basic facilities, or healthcare centers that are not properly equipped or accessible. The challenge we face is not a one-dimensional. It's complex, rooted in a blend of historical inequalities, systematic inefficiency, and often a lack of proper planning and coordination. But while these challenges are formidable, they are not insurmountable. What requires in holistic? What is required is holistic approach that combines strong governance, community engagement, innovation, and accountability. Firstly, one of the major obstacles to timely infrastructure delivery in Limpopo has been inefficient project management. Delays often result from poor planning, corruption, and misallocation of resources. We must enforce a strict accountability and ensure that project managers and officials are held responsible for the timely execution of the projects. Departments have that been tasked with the delivery of infrastructure must be vigorous in the recruitment of skilled professionals. Transparent tender processes, stronger auditing mechanisms, and clearer timelines are essentials to keep these projects on track. Local municipalities and provincial government must work more efficiently with the national government to ensure that the allocation of funds and resources is not only adequate, but also targeted efficiently. Better coordination between the different levels of government can eliminate delays caused by bureaucracy and conflicting priorities. Secondly, we cannot ignore the importance of community engagements and ownership. Infrastructure projects should not be seen as top-down imposition, but rather as collaborative efforts where the needs of community are taken into account from the outset. The people who live in Limpopo have valuable insight into the challenges they face daily, and their involvement in the planning process ensures that projects are more suited to their real needs. Furthermore, when communities feel ownership over these projects, they become invested in their success, leading to a greater cooperation and even helping with the maintenance of the infrastructure. The fourth one, we must prioritize sustainability. Infrastructure that is poorly designed and constructed without long-term thinking becomes a drain on resources and maintenance budget. In Limpopo, where economic pressures and environmental conditions are particularly harsh, sustainability should be at the heart of every project. Whether it's energy-efficient public buildings, rainwater harvesting system for schools and clinics, or roads designed to flooding. Future-proofing this investment will save money in the long run and make the infrastructure more resilient. Finally, we must focus on political will and long-term commitment. Public infrastructure development cannot be a matter of short-term political gains. If we are to tackle the challenges facing Limpopo, we need leaders who are committed to long-term planning, who understand the social, economic, and environmental needs of the region, and who are willing to make difficult decisions for the greater goods. Too often, projects get delayed because they become entangled in political rivalries and shifts in leadership priorities. What we need is a clear long-term vision for Limpopo's development, one that transcends political cycles and focuses on the prosperity and well-being of the people. In conclusion, the challenges facing public infrastructure delivery are significant, but they are not too great to be overcome. By focusing on good governance, community involvement, technological innovation and sustainability, and strong political will. Thanks very much.
All right, the next speaker on the platform is going to be Honorable Peter from the Eastern Cape.
Enkosi mhlali ngaphambili. Manibulise ku Deputy Chair we NCOP no Chief Whip. Ndibona uba bethule kakhulu namhlanje. Chair, okokuqala, as a country, we must urgently address the pervasive issue of delays in the completion of infrastructure project. Among the various factors contributing to these setbacks, the financial challenges faced by contractors, particularly regarding cash flows, stand out as a significant barrier that impedes progress. This problem not only causes financial losses, but also necessitates municipality to hire new contractors, resulting in further project extensions and delays. A salient example is the Mpilweni Hospital project, which has been stalled since 2018 due to the contractor's cash flow issues, now projected that lasts until 2024. This unfortunate situation has hindered not just healthcare access, but also strained departmental resources, especially as the pandemic required as a shift in priorities in isolation facilities. Similarly, the delay is upgrading the road from Stakespruit to Mlali Hospital, intended to provide safer access for patients, has also suffered due to similar financial constraints faced by contractors. The implications of this unfinished project extends beyond mere inconvenience. They sow seeds of public frustrations and erode trust in government institutions, potentially leading to community unrest and further deterioration of social cohesion. Xa uphuhliso kwaneenkonzo zingafikeleli kuluntu lwethu, sibe silubona ngawe nkobe amehlo. Manyathelo mani esiwathathayo ukuphuhlisa oku? Nazi ingcebiso esicinga uba zingaluncedo kuthi kuba sikhwele kwiflight enye naxa kunokwenzeka naphi na into sonke sakonzakala. Masikhusele ke ngoku iSouth Africa ngezi ngongoma. Masibe nee-models esizibeka bucala esihlangula uMzantsi Afrika. Masibe neenkqubo, ii-systems esithi mazenzeke ukuze oku kuphuhle. Masibe nee-strict measures ukuze oku nokuba umntu wenza nantoni na afumane ukuba sengxakini. Ndiyabulela sihlalo.
Thank you, Honorable Peter. The next speaker on the podium is going to be Honorable Makatong, who's the MEC for Roads Public Works in the Northern Cape. She's on the visual platform. Over to you, MEC.
Honorable Chair.
Honorable MEC.
Honorable Chair, I did indicate to the Deputy Chair when he was presiding that because of ill health, the MEC will not be able to take part. Thank you.
Thank you. From the indication of the Chief Whip is that the MEC has withdrawn because of ill health. So let us pass that. And then the next person who's going to, the next honorable delegate who's going to come to the podium is Honorable Badenhorst from the Western Cape.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, the one that's left in the House, honorable members and fellow South Africans, good day. What an amazing week Provincial Week was for all of us. We are all brand new members of Parliament, most of us, and we had the opportunity to actually go into ground level and look at what is going on and experience it and talk to people on the ground and get their experiences. And we've now brought all those things back into one report, and we're discussing it today in a beautiful debate. I must just say, I find it amazing that there's so few EFF members left. I can only see one. They must be fairly tired after the drumming they got in the debate on Tuesday. In fact, I think they're probably as tired as most of the infrastructure, sadly, outside the Western Cape in the rest of the country. So we have to confront the challenges facing the timely delivery of viable public infrastructure to communities. Indeed. And it's been a long day discussing all of this. And in confronting these challenges, sometimes you have to confront the elephant in the room. And the elephant in the room, Honorable Chair, Deputy Chair, is the fact that housing sites to the value of 1 billion rand are threatened by land invasions in the Western Cape and in Cape Town. I shudder to think what the figures are in the other provinces in South Africa. Housing sites, the problem of housing sites invasion is there's a Prevention of Illegal Eviction Act. This act in its current form provides unreasonable protection to people engaging in illegal activity because the definition is so broad of the word home. Makes it very hard to assess whether an enforcement action is reasonable or justified or not. So as a result, you now get highly organized and coordinated occupancy taking place on a very large scale to overwhelm any attempt to prevent occupation. So since January 2020, some 224,000 unlawful structures were prevented by the City of Cape Town. Imagine that, they prevented 2,224, 696 unlawful structures. But 69,000 unlawful structures were successfully built in the City of Cape Town. And of that, 31% were built on very unsafe land, where children are playing in very unsafe conditions. I think it's a duty of us as lawmakers in this House and the National Council of Provinces to fix laws that are broken. How can illegal land invaders, often orchestrated by political agents, often with alternative homes to go elsewhere, be able to deprive lawful recipients of the dignity ensconced in Section 26(1) of our Bill of Rights? Everyone has the right to have access to adequate housing. It doesn't say everyone has the right to have adequate housing. It says access to adequate housing. It's very important. But that includes people who have patiently waited decades on housing lists. How can these agents of malice deprive private landowners, municipalities, and provinces of their rights enshrined in Section 25(1) of our Bill of Rights? No one may be deprived of property. We had a look along the Baden-Powell at Monmabisi Park 2, where some 6,236 informal structures are standing in the way of a 77 billion rand housing project, which could give the opportunity to people in Khayelitsha, the opportunity for 1,000 houses. In the noon, some 5,000 structures have eliminated the potential building of 3,250 housing opportunities for people in need of housing. But we need to be solution-driven. I don't want to be like talk like the EFF and the NK today. Where's the NK? Nobody can see them. They're probably wearing camouflage. Because they spoke the whole day about the problems. And they never came up with solutions. So heaven forbid that they ever get into power somewhere. If the NK ever decides to burn our constitution and they get into power and they rule some municipality.
There's a point of order, Honorable Badenhorst. You can take a seat. Over to you.
I rise on Rule 61.
Yes.
It says in the no delegate may deliberately make a statement which the delegate knows to be false. We always bring solutions here. So it needs to take back that the EFF never comes with solutions. In all our speeches in different platforms, we always say what must be done. So please don't make yourself relevant by quoting the EFF all the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate. I think that point of order is not sustained. It's a point of debate. Thank you. Over to you, Honorable Badenhorst.
The problem you have as the EFF is that the solutions that you often so frequently dole out is not actually of any use to any of the South African electorate out there. Otherwise, your vote would have gone from 11% to 9%. And you're probably going to disappear by the next national government elections. Like I said, I really hope that all the overall manufacturers are choosing a different overall, because the red overalls is not a need anymore. Can I just say in conclusion, and I have a lot more to say, but can I just say in conclusion, Minister Wajundina, if all the ANC ministers spoke as much sense as you with so much passion, South Africa would have been a better place today. Well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Badenhorst. Thank you, Honorable Badenhorst. What is also appreciated is that you do appreciate where there's talent. So that one is highly appreciated. So the next speaker on the podium is going to be Honorable Ndise from Gauteng.
Chairperson of the session, the protocol that has been established is observed. People of South Africa, good afternoon. On November 10, 2024, Mondli Makhanya of City Press writes, and I quote, "A man died in Johannesburg this week. His name was Naphtali Manana, commonly known as Nap. He narrowly escaped apartheid hangman back in 1982, but this week, cancer took him. In the annals of liberation war law, his name was up there with the likes of Vuyisile Mini, Bani Molokwane, Solomon Mahlangu, Tintim Masango, and many more in the generation of Umkhonto Wesizwe fighters, close quote. Today, Chair, I dedicate this debate to this gallant freedom fighter who wore the green combat of MK with pride, because for his generation, wearing this combat was not a fashion statement, but men confronting death from the regime of terror in Pretoria head on. The Provincial Week is a critical flagship program of the National Council of Provinces, as it enables members of the NCOP to have a focused approach to the state of provinces and municipalities. It enables members of parliament to undertake oversight visits and engage various stakeholders in provinces. This is important to have a full comprehension of the challenges confronting the government and the people. Receiving reports in meetings in Cape Town is not sufficient to have a comprehensive understanding of the lived reality of our communities. Infrastructure is a critical catalyst for economic growth, and government should have the requisite technical capacity to plan, implement, manage the project cycle by department and local government. This is a critical aspect as outsourcing of critical technical services in infrastructure projects poses a risk and creates vulnerability of the system, as outsourced engineers are also driven by profit maximization. With adequate internal capacity of registered engineers, state organs will be better positioned to ensure their infrastructure spending results in quality infrastructure. The inability of municipalities and departments to attract and retain skilled technical personnel is an area that government should strengthen as part of enhancing the capability of the state. What makes this problem worse is that the different municipalities have varying financial capacity to attract engineers or chartered accountants, while others, instance, professionals do not prefer to work for municipalities which are in rural areas. Other critical area we observed in the various provinces is the challenges which relate to contract management, where in-service providers do not complete projects or deliver quality projects. This undermines the quality of expenditure and the quality of services. We must ensure all state organs strengthen their contract management discipline to ensure all service providers to the state appreciate the consequence of poor workmanship. We no longer debate climate change, because climate change is causing disasters, or whether climate change is not causing disasters. As we have experienced the impact of changing weather conditions, which results in the loss of life and the damage of infrastructure, negatively impacting the capacity of the state to significantly invest in infrastructure development and maintenance, and funds are reprioritized to respond to disasters. The reality requires the state to plan infrastructure development with sufficient due diligence on its disaster vulnerability. We welcome the plans of the different provinces to grow the economy through increased investment in infrastructure by focusing on industrial development and attractive investment in provinces. The high levels of unemployment require increased investment in infrastructure and industries. Infrastructure development has one of the highest job multiplier effects. Therefore, as we invest in infrastructure, we create jobs and stimulate economic development in areas. Chair, in Eastern Cape, we expect that from the 2024-2025 to the 2025-2026 financial years, the Krisani district should engage with the Department of Water and Sanitation to secure funding to invest and replace all infrastructure pipelines. The mayor of Intsiga Yetu District Municipality must provide the NCOP with a report on the settlement of the land claim with the Tsomo Development Forum by the end of March 2025. The Provincial Department of Health should provide a detailed background information on the project at Mpeluseni. The delegation did not accept the Edge Housing Project timeframes, as the project was stalled since 1998 and was then only planned to start in 2025. We recommended that the project should go back to the province to be fixed, as only 62 of 200 units have been built. More needs to be done to change the economic and social life in the rural communities. In the Free State, we made particular recommendation to resolve water and road and building infrastructure challenges. We expect the Provincial Department of Safety, Roads and Transport to provide regular reports to the Free State Provincial Legislature on the progress on both the Excelsior to Two-Sprayed Road, Kroonstad to Stainsres Road project. We recommended Mangaung Metro Municipality to prioritize the identification and allocation of funding towards the provision of waterborne sanitation in Botshabelo Section U. We recommend that Mangaung Metro Municipality ensures that Botshabelo wastewater treatment works are secured from further vandalism and sewer spillage. We further recommended that Machaben local municipality ensures that its municipal infrastructure is secured so that further vandalism and sewer spillage can be prevented. In Gauteng, Honorable Nzimande, on the Vleehof mega project, the 6,000 units project is expanded to 16,891 units, with 9,143 residential units completed and handed over. The Westlake and Main Reef intersection is expected to be completed by September 2025. The remaining 7,800 units are projected to be completed within 3 to 5 years, depending on approvals and funding. We have recommended opening criminal case against developers in instances where they are at fault for any of the issues on the project. We call for a review on the prevention of illegal eviction from an unlawful Occupation of Land Act to ensure a fair mechanism to deal with land occupation as it was recommended by the last administration. On the project of constructing a new Barcelona school, a learning institution located in Winnie Mandela at Twato Negurleni, to cater for learners from grade R to grade 7, we recommended that the Department of Education should coordinate with the city of Ekurhuleni to finalize the land ownership issues and ensure that all necessary permissions are in place to avoid further delays. In KZN, Member Billy, on a Stall Klaba Tech Pack Home infrastructure project in Mzube local municipality, the NCOP in cooperation with the KZN provincial legislature will conduct robust oversight over the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and KZN COCTA to verify outstanding report that says the project is at 90% completion, whilst in terms of budget expenditure, 1.3 billion remains unspent out of 1.9 billion allocated. In Limpopo, the MEC of Corporate Governance, Human Settlement, Traditional Affairs will be engaged to develop a plan of action to address the ongoing issues with the water supply. The Minister of Mineral and Petroleum Resources must ensure that all mining companies implement their social and labor plans. An urgent intervention is needed in the instability that Thabazimpe local municipality is facing. Road Agency Limpopo should develop a clear solution-driven exercise to address the challenges that ensure the construction and maintenance of roads is happening. There is a need to prioritize the bulk connection project within Sikukuni Water as a long-term solution. And in Mpumalanga, the Department of COCTA must provide a comprehensive report on the remedial measures recommended for the monitoring operation of water waste treatment plants in the Thaba Cheu local municipality. The Department of Public Works, Roads and Transport must meet with the Department of Health and the management of Landenberg Hospital to discuss potential areas of collaboration in addressing infrastructure challenges of the hospital. In Tanzania District Municipality, Thaba Cheu local municipality, the council must act against the officials, especially the technical director, for failure to implement the infrastructure delivery programs for water and sanitation. In the Northern Cape, the Sol Plaatje District Municipality should be redirected to address the flooding in the district. In the Northwest, Magalies Water should fast-track the appointment of a new contractor to complete the outstanding work of the contract. This should be done within the current financial year 2024-2025. Ngaka Modiri Molema District Municipality should consider benchmarking with Umhlathuze local municipality in Richards Bay to learn effective ways to address wastewater treatment plant challenges. And finally, in the Western Cape, the current flood damage in the province's June 2023 is estimated to be around 1.8 billion. We welcome the allocation of funds as reflected in the medium-term budget policy statement by the Minister of Finance. A lack of clearing around the rivers in Cederberg contributed to the extent of the flooding. River cleaning is also a strong job creation project, but the Department of Infrastructure is unable to work in this system due to environmental limitation. We believe that the implementation of the recommendation in this report will enhance the provision of basic service and support economic activities. The African National Congress is committed to advancing an activist parliament, and through the Provincial Week, we make interventions to resolve problems impacting our communities, and we shall monitor the progress. Deputy Chairperson of the session, it has been said that if you put a clown in a palace, it does not become a king, but rather the palace becomes a circus. This is what the majority of the speakers were doing here, and we must not allow them to turn this August House into a circus by coming here and clowning. instead of debating for the benefit of South Africans who are here and they will not succeed. My advice to the Democratic Alliance is that when proven wrong, be a wise person and correct yourself, instead of being an arrogant person who keeps on arguing. Honorable Billy, you need to do better. Not only were you incoherent, but you lacked facts to be taken serious. Hence, Member Badenhorst was taking over your responsibilities today. He can see that you are both mentally and emotionally absent from today's responsibilities. You just fed the country a lot of rhetoric with no substance. You were just in a hurry to finish. If you don't pick up your sources, you will soon join the long list of the almost like Lindiwe Maziboko, almost like Musi Maimane, almost like Mbalin Tuli, almost like Michael Jackson Mashaba, and many more. Agadla Lukok, consider today's event your warning shot. To the Red Beret, please ensure that next time you debate, you try as much as you can to remain focused on the topic at hand and don't venture too much into your own world. Today you have said so much and unfortunately it was nothing. Like the late Minister Mboweni will say, it was a multiplication of nothing. And to try and respond to you will be like Uktela Manzi Mhlani Wetat. I don't know whether Honorable Treza was informed on time that we'll be debating today, and he will be doing so for 15 minutes. Because what you did here was a mere torch, worse than the apartheid police in a Hippo or Casper. Chairperson, the pickpocketers stand here and lecture us about the importance of service delivery. Yet they have not built a school in Alexandra as they promised 5 years ago. Honorable Mkrina, you should have been here and represented the economic freedom fighters. Chairperson, the less said about the delegates from the Western Cape, the better. Of all 8 provinces, all 8 provinces have accepted the challenges on outstanding infrastructure projects and what needs to be done moving forward. However, the delegate from the Western Cape stand here and clown, and with the intention of turning this house into a circus. To them, Western Cape belongs to the affluent suburbs and nothing to do with areas like Hanover Park, Guguletu, Cape Flats, and Khayelitsha amongst many. My advice to the DA is that they must do better. It can never continue like this. They're coming, the last chair, they're coming together of the wounded, the not so glorious Umkhonto Zuma party, under the disguise of black unity, needs to do better. Honorable Nzimande, kindly take note that in Gauteng, we do not have Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, but we have Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management. Please take time to appraise yourself with the correct terminology, because you are addressing the country when you are standing here. All these complaints that you are talking about here are the products of Umsholozi himself. Please, Honorable Nzimande, impress upon your caucus that a bad attitude is like a flat tire. You can't go anywhere until you change it. It is very sad that MKP failed to rise to the occasion on all the 9 provinces simply because of their anger and bad attitude towards the ANC. Chair, as I sit down, a wise man once said, you can never convince a monkey that the honey is sweeter than a banana. Clowning will not be allowed in this house. And therefore, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mdise. Thank you, Honorable Mdise, for your reiteration on the issues here. The next speaker on the podium, Honorable Peter, please. This is not Australia, please. The next speaker on the podium is going to be the Honorable R. Mtsweni Sipana, the chairperson of the council. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, once again for the opportunity. And once again, greetings to the members of the House, the ministers and deputy ministers, the MECs, and ladies and gentlemen at home. Honorable Chairperson, as we conclude this highly spirited debate on the Provincial Week report, let us acknowledge the frank and open debate that characterized this sitting of the NCOP. Our people from the length and breadth of South Africa listened attentively with keen interest as their provincial delegates articulated their concerns, their pain, their conditions, and the lived experience that defines their lives. The running thread across all the speakers was a more coherent appreciation of the significance of ensuring the effective delivery of public infrastructure to communities in ways that are foregrounded in a comprehensive socio-economic transformation framework. The debate was unequivocal that South Africa remains the most unequal society in the world, and these deficiencies are closely pronounced in the gaps in access to public infrastructure as a legacy of the phenomenon of separate development that structured our reality. Honorable members have spoken for the ordinary citizens that are still patiently awaiting the promise of housing, road infrastructure, clinics, hospitals, and schools. The debate once again underlined that we are a thriving, open, and a free democracy where matters are raised in the House without fear, favor, or prejudice. Let us acknowledge some of the swift responses made by ministers and deputy ministers, MECs present in the debate. This indeed was a showcase of a government that is at work, that understands the agency and the currency of this moment. Minister Kubai, your input was definitive, and that was also demonstrated by your active participation and visible presence during Provincial Week Outreach Program. And we want to take this opportunity to thank you. Deputy Minister Zikalala committed resources for project preparation purposes and also to ensure projects are completed timeously and with budget. We are also the Department of Transport, as articulated by Deputy Minister Hlengwa, that vetting processes of contractors will be improved, and further, Honorable Minister Majodini highlighted the need for scrutiny of the track records and competencies of implementing bodies. On the same vein, we appreciate commitments by MEC Makamu from Free State to follow up on issues that were raised by NCOP delegates, particularly regarding asset maintenance and management. MEC Nkomo Ralihoko from Gauteng has acknowledged the setbacks in the report, noting the challenge of corruption and lack of consequence management. The MEC further gave a heads up on the work already attended to by the Department of Health in improving services. The Chief Whip of the Council correctly underlined the need for policy intervention to interrogate current designs and configuration that are reproducing identified deficiencies. Through all these interventions, committees will be charged to leave no stone unturned in ensuring that we turn the corner during the period afforded to us to achieve redress. As we conclude, honorable members, we must constantly be reminded of the mammoth challenges that confront us. This is the reality, as James Baldwin elucidated, that our people are trapped in history and history is trapped in them. This means that as we work to underwrite a different future, we must acknowledge the work of the sixth administration, as the Deputy Minister Zikalala has elaborated, in laying the foundation for the department and the seventh parliament to unlock these backlogs. In this spirit of the debate, we appreciate that majority of members did not fall to the temptation of distorting facts and misleading the public, as raised by Honorable Billy in his assertion that a 4-month turnaround of the department is as a result of the new minister, ignoring the work as a result of work done by the sixth administration. To the honorable member, we advise that you take leave from Amica Cabral when he said, "Tell no lies, claim no easy victories." Once again, honorable delegate, ministers, deputy ministers, MEC, we must appreciate all your valuable inputs through constructive engagement made in this house. And again, Honorable Majodini, as you were speaking, we could hear someone who understands precisely the mandate of the NCOP. We cannot thank you more for articulating quite explicitly what is it that is expected from the executive in relation to the work that the NCOP is doing, that of making sure that it represents the interest of their respective provinces. Chairperson, once again, we are more confident that through a more collaborative effort with all spheres of government, better future is on the horizon. I thank you, honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for your input. Honorable delegates, this concludes the debate. But then I have to put a question to the House whether the report should be adopted. I'll give all the provinces 3 minutes to make a declaration if they so wish. It is not compulsory, if they so wish. So I'll start. Any province which wants to make a declaration, Eastern Cape, you want to make any declaration? 1, 2, 3, gone. Number 2, Free State, any declaration?
None, Chair.
Good. The next province, Gauteng, any declaration?
None.
The next province is KwaZulu-Natal, any declaration?
None.
3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. On behalf of the province of KwaZulu-Natal, I want to take this opportunity to thank all the delegates of KZN who were part of this important undertaking. I want to thank the team of Parliament who assisted us in carrying out this important responsibility. And we do hope that after adopting this report, that there will be a form of reporting on what we saw and that the relevant executives will assist us in resolving the matters that we saw so that our people could be able to benefit from these much needed projects in parts of the province of KwaZulu-Natal. And we hope that the chairperson of council next time will go to a province and not come to KZN, because all members of this council are supposed to go to their respective provinces during that period. So we hope that the chairperson of the NCOP will make it a point to go to her respective province so that she could have a look at the mess that she created in that province. Thank you.
All right, noted, Honorable Billy, but we must never forget that the chairperson of the council is the overseer of the house. She can go anywhere. Even as a presiding officer, I can decide next time. Yes, she's at the Pan-African Parliament. As we're speaking now, she's at the Pan-African Parliament doing the work which the NCOP has mandated her to do. So the next province is Limpopo.
No, thanks, Chair. As Limpopo, we are not making declaration. Thank you.
The next province is Mpumalanga.
Chairperson, we don't have any declaration.
Thank you. The next province is Northern Cape.
Thanks, House Chair. As the Northern Cape, we are not making any declaration. Thank you.
The next province is Northwest, Bokoni Bophirima.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. As the Northwest Province, we are not making any declaration.
Thank you. The next province is the Western Cape.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Western Cape would like to express their desire for this House to take the changing of laws seriously that impedes on the timeliest delivery of viable infrastructure to our communities. For example, the Prevention of Illegal Evictions Act. We also recognize the fact that many people don't qualify for RDP housing anymore because they earn too much money. They earn between 4,500 Rand and 22,000 Rand. And if you want to see really good examples of how social housing is built, please come and look at Conradie Park or Goodwood Station in the city of Cape Town, where thousands of people that would never have been able to afford housing have now got housing in a very good integrated mixed-use development. We've also learned that, unfortunately, The Western Cape Province have spent 1.8 billion rand in fixing infrastructure that was damaged by disasters. And we really hope that national government will take heed of that and make good on the money we spent on behalf of national government. The Western Cape will support the adoption of this report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Badenhorst. The next phase we go on to now is the issue of voting, because each and every province must indicate that they are in favor or not in favor, or they abstain. So I'll start again with the Eastern Cape, the province of the legends.
We vote on,
Sorry, voting
in favor of the
report, adoption of the report. Thank you. The next province is the Free State.
Chair, we rise as Free State in support 100% of this report without any doubt.
Thank you. The next report is Gauteng.
Thank you. The home of champions. Thank you, Chair. We are in support of the report, and based on the fact that it's a true reflection of what has happened and transpired. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Maneni. So the next province is KwaZulu-Natal.
Chairperson, on behalf of the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we fully support the report.
Thank you. The next province is Limpopo.
Thanks, Chairperson Go Leboge. On behalf of Limpopo, the province of Africa, AD, province Yamasuli Nosi, we are supporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mkwele. The next province is Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga province iyayamukela ngezandla zombili.
Thank you, Honorable Sibande. The next province is the Northern Cape.
Thanks, Chair. The largest province in the country, we fully support. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mabilo. The next province is Bokoni Bophirima.
Thank you, Chair. As Bokoni Bophirima, we support.
Thank you, Jobe. The next province is the Western Cape.
Thank you, Chair. The Western Cape supports.
Thank you, Honorable Delegates. I think that the voting is now closed, as the report was unanimously adopted by all the delegates from the various provinces. So what is very important, as I said, that it was a unanimous adoption of the report. So I declare that the report is adopted. I really. As the debaters were here on the platform, your work is highly appreciated. I think that this report actually reflects what was happening on the ground. So let's continue doing the work on behalf of the people of South Africa. Also thank our executive for coming in here and articulating what they are going to do for the country. Your work is highly appreciated. Honorable ministers and deputy ministers were here. And now the House is adjourned. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Yeah.